It's the tongue, yeah, burn. Show tune in right now. Like and share, our city needs that vow. Flint City News got truth to share. When we fight the darkness, we repair. Won't give up, we're standing tall and proud. Voices rising strong, no longer shrouded. Residents deserve what's right and fair. Together we can lift the despair. We fight, we win, we break the chains. Tongue your burns won't stand out in the rain. Our city dreams will make them true. With every step it all renews. In a step it all renews.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And look, whoa, what a week. We survived the week, and it has really been a week. Let me send my shouts out to producer Jay. How you doing?
I am present and accounted for.
You are present and accounted for. I'm like 60% today. 60%. So I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm gonna wait for the Tylenol to kick in. So I am sorry for being late, y'all. Your girl is not feeling 100. I don't know if it's because I'm just tired or what. Look, thank you, Stephanie Rogers, with the super sticker. But I am producer James like, go take some Tylenol. So I just did, but I am good. I am good. Look, dropping the link where you're from, and good morning. Good morning, Gutter Black. Good morning, Tiasa. Good morning, staff. Y'all, you and Carol, stop texting because my phone is bling, 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 bling. Good morning, Miss J. Look, I'm gonna use the finger, y'all, that I done broke the nail on, and need to be at the nail salon. And Stephanie, I don't want to hear nothing about. You don't go to all, you break all of them. Good morning, Sheena B. Good morning. I ain't going. Yeah, I'm working the chat pretty good this morning. Look, click like, share, and subscribe. Auntie M. See, producer, see, I'm not even looking on that side. I'm trying to cross over, use the left hand, and control, look at the chat. And every time I use with the nails, y'all, it gets messed up. Every single time. Good morning, Tara. Good morning, Patrick Jean. You know your country when you got people call you by your middle name. Carson Neubauer. Good morning. Good morning. Listen, wherever y'all are from, let's first say a prayer for California. California is facing some serious wildfires to where it is affecting huge populations. So say a prayer for those. There have been some people, Marcia told, she has shared her experience, and I've seen some other people who have shared their experiences. The weather is dry out there. We have inclement weather a lot of different places. And say a prayer for those people. Now, those of y'all who got snow and not used to snow, don't go nowhere. Y'all don't even know how to drive in it. So if you in Tennessee, Atlanta, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, y'all got snow, just stay home. Just stay home. Stay home, stay home, stay home. Don't be out there on them roads. Y'all got them little mountains, so you're going to slide anyways. Stay home. Stay home. But as far as Michigan, now we got snow too. But we're used to it. So if your kids sled And if you are in Flint, you can sled at Mott Park on the golf course. Sleds are already there. Take your kids. Your kids can sled free. Yes, sled free. Go sledding. And so have some fun in the snow. It's a perfect day for sledding. We used to go tobogganing in Swartz Creek when I was growing up. It's always fun going down that hill, but then, you got to carry that toboggan up the hill too. So if you snowboard in Michigan, my boys are snowboarding. They will be snowboarding today. My kids ski and snowboard. I don't. That's not my thing. I'm somewhere having something that resembles coffee with something that has something else in it. Let's just say that. So listen, Producer Jay, what does your weather look like?
It snowed yesterday, and
How much did you guys get?
I think we got like 3 or 4 inches. And so last night it turned to ice.
Oh, what was your temperature? Below 32?
Oh yeah, it was 26 last night.
Oh my goodness.
So it snowed.
Listen, y'all about like what we was in Michigan.
Yeah. So it snowed, and then it froze up. I went out last night to get something out of the car, and I busted my behind. It was already.
Wait. I ain't gonna laugh, but I am. Did you fall?
Listen, I would never tell you if I fail.
Did you fall? I'm sorry.
I have no comment.
You can tell me. Did you? Was it on the? You didn't fall on any stairs? This on the ground?
Yeah, no stairs. I'm not admitting that I failed, by the way, either. So.
Okay. Look, I have fallen. I remember I fell one time, and my daughter was like, "Mom, you wearing those Ugg boots like they real snow boots?" I busted my behind. When you just off and you're trying to just like, you need now. Ugg boots are warm and that's it, and they cute somewhat, but they're warm. And she's like, and quit wearing socks inside your Ugg boots. I'm like, I'm old school. We wear socks with our shoes. But I did stop wearing. I don't know who, if you wear socks with your Ugg boots. I don't, because my socks are like little shorties. They would slip off in there because the wool, when you walk, it would pull that sock off. So now I try to keep my feet presentable. So when you take out the boots, and I carry these little sockies, I call them. And it's funny because I want to give shouts out to Billy Dantzler and Elizabeth Taylor, who got me and my 6-foot residents, got me beautiful Christmas gifts. And I love these little sockies with the grippies on them. Love them. So listen, I'm going to try to catch up, and I'm not obviously going to be able to catch up with everything in this chat. So if I did not call your name, y'all, I'm sorry. I was laughing at Producer Jay, who trying not to say he failed. Well, Producer Jay, I forgot that. Was you okay? You didn't hurt nothing? I'm sorry. You didn't hurt nothing?
We're gonna go ahead and hit the end button on this show right now.
You didn't tell me that. So I just want to make sure you're okay. So good morning, yo. Good morning, Dawad Dawud, if I did not pronounce, from Philly. Good morning, AJ. Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning, B Matten. BB Matten. Oh my God. Okay. I shouldn't be. Yes, I should. Sometimes we got to laugh at it. Good morning, Rodney Thomas. Good morning. Good morning, Aunt Murphy. And then if I missed anybody's name, y'all, it ain't because. Good morning, Auntie M from Cal. Oh, Auntie M, how is your weather? Are you affected by the wildfires? If y'all got updates about that, I have not cut on my news. Good morning, Tara. I have not cut my news on. Good morning, Reed Johnson. And Reed, I did not. Reed always sends a good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Landis Miller. Good morning, Jessica Stewart, Ganetta Shanetta Woods, Cheryl Hart. Look, I'm catching up, y'all. I have to use the finger that doesn't, the hand that doesn't have the fingernail on it. Good morning, Xavier Luster. Good morning. Okay. So listen, this has been a week. Y'all just really don't understand. It has really been a week. And between producer Jay and my attorneys, I want to first say a very big thank you, because we would still be in court right now if it was not for, I hate to say super attorneys, Terry Johnson, Bloomfield Hills, and attorney Tom Lambert. We spent numerous hours. So good morning, Jay Williams. I want to say thank you to my attorneys. We were in court Tuesday and Wednesday. And I want to say it makes a big difference when you have the attorneys, not the public defenders, who have your best interest. But I'm going to tell you this. I couldn't afford the attorney's job. It was $600 an hour. $600. So the advice that they gave, well, with my attorney, he called me back up. He called me Friday night about 6. Good morning, Tracy Glenn. Good morning, Julina. He called me we got the letter. I got my email about 6:30. He called me about 8:30, something like that. And he didn't say hello. He's kind of like a family friend. And he said, I said, hello. He said, when were you going to call and tell me about this BS? I said, I'm going to assume you're talking about the Ethics and Accountability Board suing us. He said, you know what I'm talking about. Look, get a pen. I said, I wasn't going to tell you until tomorrow. Y'all always hear me say Friday is date night. I said, Friday's date night, and respectfully with your wife, I don't like to bother you on Friday nights. I said, I was going to call you tomorrow. He says, no, get something right, but we got work to do. I was like, and so literally he went to work and working some things out. We're going to go through that. So I want to say a great big thank you to those two attorneys. There were a couple more that was working with us, but those two, I spent numerous hours talking, numerous hours talking to. And I appreciate that God had sent them both my way. And that my attorney, I didn't even tell him. He called to tell me. And he was like, this is just ridiculous. He says, when is Flint going to get their stuff together? But he didn't say stuff, y'all. So good morning, Meat Freaks Barbecue. So we are going to back this train up. And Patrick, you were right. Not Patrick. Producer Jay, that Tylenol did help. It did help. I can feel it already. So I was laughing at you, but I needed to be taking care of me. So I appreciate you for filling that gap when my mind was a little blurry. So we're going to start off. So there has been a lot. We had court. We had court and city council the same day. The third ward appointment, the big thing that everybody's talking about. There is so much going on in Flint, but the one thing Flint is not is on the same page. Flint is not on the same page. And that is a problem for me, because you got different views and different pockets and different things everywhere. I will say, Miss Elizabeth Taylor, the beautiful Miss Elizabeth Taylor, who tells everyone that she's 81, showed up to court. Good morning, JWC. Showed up to court, and she was there every day. She was there. And thank you, Brianna's Busta Ben Shocks. Thank you. She showed up and she was there. And that was one of the things I was talking to producer Jay as I was looking. We're going to do a 3-part series coming up because it needs to be done. The super mayor, Tiffany Hinier, is the things that are going on there are really no different than the things that are going on here in Flint. There's really no difference. She is the super mayor or township supervisor and mayor of Thornton Township, and producer Jay, you gonna have to help me out. And I forget the other one.
Dalton,
Illinois. And She stay in the news. And when you watch her show, I had to like pull back because they mess and I mess. You can't watch them both and be sane. You just cannot. And so when you watch them in the issues are the same. What's the difference with the results that they're getting? The public is saying, we are not having it. They are showing up. They are protesting. They fill those chambers where they meet every week. They fill them and they speak. So people may get mad at, we have, a Kawana Mack, a Beverly, Sheena B. You absolutely right. They share the same corrupt playbook because she put people out for clapping too. You are 100% correct from clapping. I don't know if that's her mentor or not. You are correct, Sheena. But when you watch that, you got like 55 or 60 Beverly Biggs Levy's that get up. They come. One lady is even on a she had, I think, brain surgery. She still comes. You got seniors who are 80, 90 who won't give up. They getting arrested. And we have had the same here, but we don't have enough of the community stick together because we got people, everybody fighting against each other. I had somebody text me when I was on a call, and by the time I finished with him, if y'all want to know the truth, call me. Call me. Don't be, if it sounds crazy and ludicrous, it is just that. Call me. So I just want to say we will be doing a 3-part series. And I hate to Flint and showing the similarities, Flint and Dalton and with Tiffany Henry, because there are some identical. And when you watch them, you kind of like, like I've seen this movie before. Jessica Stewart says, absolutely, the electorate is smart, mature, and politically active. You don't have confused tap dancers advocating for prayer when action is needed. Action has been needed. Water still is not fixed. Flint is going on this 11th year with service lines not being, since it was poisoned, and service lines and restoration not being repaired. 11 years coming up this year. And so there are some things when we look at this community, and I've said, if you don't get involved, you're going to get left behind. The $55 billion project in Monday Township, it's coming. It's coming. And then you're going to have other spinoff businesses. And so what happens with gentrification, you're going to be put out or taxed out. I do want to say this, Producer Jay, can you pull up, because I want residents, and I don't know if it'll pull up. Flint has a HOPE program, so that before this comes, I need Flint residents, I need you guys to share. It is on my page. The HOPE program, it's probably going to be at the top too. The top, Producer Jay, or do I need to resend it back to you? And so with this HOPE program, and it is on my page too. It's on my councilperson Tanya Burns page, and it's on that page. We may have to stop for just, so I'm gonna find this. Producer Jay, you're gonna have to tell me how to get it back. I did not turn anything off. I promise you. How do I get the live back?
I don't know if we can do it while we're live.
I did not turn it off.
It went off. It went off Saturday. Not Saturday. It went off at the council meeting the other night.
I definitely.
Yeah, I messaged you when it went out. But let me try something. Let me get this HOPE thing, and then I'll try something. So keep talking.
Okay. So the HOPE promise thing, I want people to get involved. And if I'm going to pull it up because I don't want to misquote or read. This is a program that people, to make sure you can stay in your home. It is with the city of Flint. This program expires in December. So don't think that y'all, Jessica, that you have a lot of time because you don't. We need to have people applying for this now. Apply for it now because it ends in December. So apply. I'm trying to find it myself because I know I sent it. Might be easy for me just to go back and look it up. It is on my page. Because when we look at one, property values are going to go up. And so your taxes are already going up because property values, not okay.
It's on the screen.
Oh, look at you, look at you, look at you. Look, I had to thank you. So 2025 homeowners property tax exempt. And so what this program is, Flint homeowners whose income is at or below 200% of the federal poverty level can apply for the HOPE program through the City of Flint Assessor's Office. Applications are due by my birthday, y'all, by December the 10th, 2025, and will be taken before the Board of Review. Apply for this program. The guidelines are on there. The link is on, it'll be on the Tanya Burns show. I don't think we put it on there. I'll make sure that we put it on there. And then also, it is on my Tanya Burns. It's on everything that's got my name on, and will be, because I want y'all to share that. And listen, while y'all at it, click like, share, and subscribe. Click like, share, and subscribe. But this program, the $55 billion Monday Township, it's coming. It's coming. That's going to be the microtrip. We got Ashley Capital, and there are going to be other spinoffs. So what I'm saying is get involved or get left behind. So if your property tax or you are below the poverty level, sign up for this program. Sign up for it. They're going to be needing housing in this community over 10,000. Over 10,000. Good morning, Maryland. Jeremiah Jackson. Jeremiah, you got put out of the city council. You got thrown out.
Hold on. So, I'm sorry, but I just looked at something. So we're going to stop until we get at least 50 likes. We got 130 people on watching live, and we only have 38 likes.
Oh, y'all, come on, hit like and subscribe. Hit like and subscribe. Listen, because I should probably be laid up on the couch someplace. Should at least be doing that. So y'all click like and subscribe to push out the algorithm, because I want people to know, like we talk about this 2025 homeowners property tax exemption. We always talk about people are getting put out of their homes. People are having problems paying their property tax. And I did, because I got sick. I've shared my life experiences. I always have shared it and will continue. So if we can get people to, and I'm going to share this out, and I don't know how to fix that live thing, why that went off. But I want everyone to save this, to share this. Oh, y'all ready to talk about that? Oh, we're going to get in. Y'all got I'm going to listen, I see everybody's in that chat with Red Rooster. I'm going to tell y'all where that came from. Y'all, and we're going to trace it back. We are going to trace that back.
Just check your messages. I don't think we're going to be able to fix it since we're in the live, but I sent you the link to the live YouTube so you can just post it on your page.
Okay. And I just take that, and I think I already did for the one page.
Just copy and paste. I didn't see it on your personal page, but
it should be on there. Oh, you know what? I think I started it and didn't finish it. You're correct. And I'm gonna do this right now. Sorry, y'all. Usually I have my coffee by now. I'm running.
Okay, that's better. We got 56 likes. We got 56 likes now, so that's better.
Okay. Why is this not? Okay, it should be on there now. And then I'll share it out to some other groups as soon as we get going. So that is, yeah, I had the windows open. My bad on that. Okay, so this week we had court, which, like I said, given, thanks to my two attorneys, Attorney Terry Johnson and Attorney Tom Lambert. Y'all rock. And Terry be like, you never tell me thank you. I said, yes, I do. He's going to be on January the 25th. And so, I didn't even tell you that yet, did I? So January the 25th, they're going to be on.
Now.
All right. They're going to be on. So they specialize in some areas. One attorney, Terry Johnson, is a criminal attorney. He worked on that Oxford case and some other high profile cases. And then you got Attorney Lambert. He's constitutional attorney. He is Open Meetings Act and so on. So these are some good attorneys. Literally, I mean, it's not like they're $150 or $200 attorney. They specialize, they work. They $600 an hour or more attorneys. And so they made sure we didn't stay. They helped us out, but we're going to go through that process. I'm thankful for them. Thankful. So we had that. We had the council meeting. One of the big things when people were talking about was undue medical debt. I don't know why this was made to be such a big issue the way it was. Because one thing, once I sign my name onto something and I'm okay with it, I can defend it and I understand it. And I don't do like little research. I mean, I'm literally checking with, for this, I check with other cities, other municipalities. I'll research articles. And for me, it has to sell. I even had Pastor Monica on my show before because I wanted to understand. And so we have to be careful where sometimes, for me, where we're getting the information from. And undue medical action, they're like, oh, it's not going to help Black people. Grace Emmanuel Church here used it and saved hundreds of thousands of dollars to help their membership. You also had Church of the Nazarene here. This was here. This is not including that they helped in LA. They just did one in helped in Wayne County in Detroit, and where they wiping out 46,000 people's medical debt. And so when we look at this, Detroit is a heavy populated, majority populated Black city. And so here, thank you for putting that, producer Jay. So Wayne County wipes out $27 million in medical debt. So I don't want people to get confused because people are like, well, why? And this was even before this was getting a bad rap. It is not the same as Biden stating they will not put it on your credit. These are not the same because it's not going to be, I think it's starting in March or April. You cannot put medical debt on your credit. Okay. But that doesn't mean that they cannot garnish you. So if you saving for a house, you put $20,000 in the bank, they can garnish you. They can garnish your paycheck. They can garnish your bank account. And so this is why we don't just half step it. And we have to understand, be careful who y'all listening to, because some of these folks don't know what they're talking about. So if you have a program that is doing this, every program is not going to be perfect. It's just not. So Wayne County wipes out $27 million. Good morning, Tasha Lynn, and medical debt. This is in Detroit. Okay, this is majority Black. So we have an opportunity to do something for Black people. Guess who gonna do it? Me. Does it have to be 100% or in my city? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do my research and I'm gonna do it. Yeah, and this received 8 votes. All 8 people voted, and then people say, "Oh, well, they selling out. They giving them what they want." No, we handling the business of the city. As I keep telling people, until we get, because we got public defenders, is what I call them. We are getting out lawyered, and we are getting we get the public defenders when if our attorney, public defender, he was actually an attorney with a firm, but it was like public defender. We had to do our own. We're getting out lawyer. We do not, the city or the four, and this is now, they have divided us into 4 groups. The city attorney divided us into 4 groups. And so what the 2 groups are, the ethical group and the unethical. The ethical 4, the unethical 4. And they have divided us. And so the ethical 4, we are always fighting for our lives. I didn't divide us up. This is what they have done with this mayor's administration and with the city attorneys and so on. I have always said, treat the city council like a body of 9. Then they wouldn't have these problems with getting 5 votes. But when you only cater to only 5 that you like, and then you give the other 4 hell if they're not going along or they're challenging you and going unchecked, then it's a problem. The city of Flint's function is the executive branch and administrative. The executive and legislative. The mayor is the executive. The council is the legislative, which is supposed to create a balance. We don't have a balance. We had 5 council people think that they were the executive branch, not the legislative branch. And so we have been put off balance. And it's been off balance to where the abnormal process has become the normal process. And so when you talk about the chaos and the toxicity of the council, it is because they don't understand that they are the legislative branch. And so literally when we went into court, and I'm gonna get into, we were separated. Y'all, they was breaking all the Open Meetings Act. It is not my job to tell them what the Open Meetings Act is. It was not. It was not to tell them, you cannot put us here. You cannot do that. It was not for me to get my legal opinion from the Michigan Municipal League. And all you got to do is actually just Google it. They were just breaking all kinds of laws. At first, we were going in for violating the charter, but then they wanted us to, were asking us, well, what we were doing was violating the charter and then violating Open Meetings Act. But I want to go back to undue medical. So can we scroll? We're not going to play it, but can we scroll down to the, thank you. So the debt came from Area Hospital, Wayne County's Department of Health and Human Services. It says the county is working within the national nonprofit Undue Medical Debt, which acquires medical debts for those who are least able to pay. And so this is in the city of Detroit. And so when we look at a program that is going to help, absolutely. With this program, we're going to do our part to address the way our national healthcare affordability crisis affects Wayne County residents. Medical debt is a financial anchor on many families, often forcing them to choose basic everyday needs or being forced to pay medical bills. We are proud to work with Undue Medical Debt to bring a measure of relief of relief to vulnerable families throughout Wayne County. That was Dr. Abdul El Sayed. So, I mean, these are some great things. So all 8 of us made this decision, and I want to say kudos to when council was running right before we got to that 3rd ward, that this was a decision. Our leadership is so off. And I'm going to say this, a good council president makes sure that you are talking to all 9. All 9 are on the same page. All 9 of the council members get the same information. All 9 are a part of the process. We don't have that now. We do not. And when people say, "Oh my God, but they're in court, getting along and this and that," I don't have hatred, but we did not speak to each other. There was only 4-4. Nobody spoke. The 4 ethical and the 4 unethical did not speak. We sat on separate sides. So be careful who y'all listening to. And it's not that we can't speak. It just didn't happen because people had other things to do. We were there because it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. But I support Undue Medical Debt. I supported RX Kids. I absolutely do not believe. And there are people who I know, I'm friends with, who's like, well, this is paying people to have babies. No, it's not. I know people who together their incomes make 150,000, but daycare, new houses, and mortgages, and who are married. I mean, it's not just for single mothers or teens. It's for everybody, everybody. And so they go, oh, well, they're going to keep having babies to get that 1,500. And if that's the problem, raise your children better. And while you talking, help somebody else out instead of talking them down. Help them out. And listen, if they want to talk about sex education, look, I did really good. My kids have decided to not. They're like, we're not having no kids. You made parenting very real, and you taught us about sex education. Okay? They want their paychecks. But I supported RX Kids because when I first had my daughter, I decided to not marry her father, and I married him later. That's a whole nother story. And I didn't get WIC. I wasn't on welfare. I didn't get anything. I worked, and it was hard. At that time, she was born in 1990, and I nursed, but she was also, because she had severe allergies, and she would throw up with everything, and it would like project. And I would buy back in 19, it would cost 1 pack of Pampers, and the powder of Natrogen milk was $26. And I thought that was high then, that was high. And it's funny because I still remember that amount. And I did it. I worked, but I worked my ass off, and it was hard. I did not apply. And I look back now, those programs are there to take the stress off of you. They're there to take the stress off. I had never applied. I wasn't on Medicaid. I paid my own health insurance, but being a mom and her father wasn't in her life. I didn't want to marry him at the time. And I was not receiving any food stamps, WIC, nothing, none of that. And I look at if this program had been a part, then it would have been great. But I will say this, the parents, actually my job, it was funny, my job gave me a beautiful baby shower at the time. I had, I think, 3 baby showers. And I was lucky for that, but everyone isn't lucky for that. And the grandparents, just wonderful. I mean, my kids I would give away clothes that still had tags on, just everything. Those kids had everything. And so I never was on the system or needed that help because my family support, but everybody doesn't have it. And so do we punish them because they don't? Mm-mm. There is a person who works for the county. His wife works for a nonprofit, and they make good money. And this is the only story. They just had a baby, and they're able to get that, that third trimester at $1,500, and then $500 per month for 12 months, and they make a decent amount of money. But the fact that daycare and everything and groceries and everything is so expensive, it does help to offset. And actually, it helped them to have someone to, instead of taking the baby in the daycare, to have someone, because it was a little more, to have them come to stay in the house, which I never wanted my kids to go to daycare because it's like a petri dish full of germs. And so I supported RX Kids. And if we are reduced down to saying, well, when somebody makes a mistake, they're getting that, RX Kids, and I'm not going to say mistakes, because if you decide to have a baby at 25 and not be married and you can handle yours, that's your business, and I think that some of us get in other people's business so tough, but there are people who make mistakes, and there are even some teens who make mistakes. House of Esther. It doesn't mean that it's the end of your life. We shouldn't be saying, oh, they just got pregnant for that. Stop being so negative. Give some of these people love and support. And if you are reduced down to, and the only thing you've taught your family members is get a check for $1,500 in the last trimester, and you get $500 a month for from RX Kids, then you probably should have taught some more lessons than that. Okay, you really should have. Somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do. But for those who may need it, and every pregnancy ain't planned. My kids were not playing, by the way. They were not playing. Not one of them. None of them were. I didn't plan them. They were not playing. I didn't think I would ever have kids because I had endometriosis or have it. I don't know, so you don't get over that. So my kids were not playing. Wasn't like say, okay, I'm going to have my kids when I get 32 or 28. No, I gave it to them when the Lord said, okay, you pregnant. I'm like, huh? I'm not supposed to have kids. So some of these programs, I absolutely agree with. Flint gave $1 million to a program that raised $55 million. Flint's buy-in was only $1 million. And the program, I think, is it 5 years that the program will last, that every child born in Flint, regardless of income status, can get these funds. And I support that. And these are programs over in Switzerland, over in Europe. They've been doing this. And they have longer stays that you can be at home with the baby for the mom and the dad. I've always said dads are important. Dads are essential. Chanel says, mine wasn't planned either. I had a blast. Chanel, look, she put the whole truth out there. Listen, that part. Look, good morning. And look, yeah, I cannot keep up with the comments. I'm beyond. Good morning, Lawrence. And so it's producer Jay is putting them up there. Chanel said, I had a blast mate. How many babies gonna be made in this inclement weather, y'all? I'm just saying. How many COVID babies was made? You locked up in the house with each other. So Miss J says, you're right, Time. Please help people when y'all get control of the house. Okay, I will stop. Listen, we have to help people. So when we look at all the money that has come into Flint, how many actually touched the residents that they can physically say and give a sigh of relief that, oh, that saved me, that helped me. And that's where we are really failing at, because this council, people are upset. People are upset because they see city council members who have nonprofits receiving more money than they make in 5 years or more. They're upset because city council is receiving funds and they're nonprofits. They're upset. So that was actually one of the questions, and I don't want to deviate too much, that in the court, we were asked, and I said, hey, I have residents upset that our good morning, Snow, is that, can you put up Jessica's comment, that council members have nonprofits. We have got, I think it's 4 that have nonprofits, and the residents are struggling. How can you get for your nonprofit? They say, oh, I'm doing good in the community. And then your neighbors are calling. Neighbors literally call. Folks know how to Google. Google is, I don't know what I did without Google, but the Flint Public Library, they call. They call. Oh, this person, she's getting a new privacy fence. Oh, she got a cement driveway, not asphalt. Oh, she got professional landscaping, not doing it herself. People call because they want to see that. If you have a nonprofit, you should not be voting on your own resolutions. You should not. And my 4 attorneys have said it. They should not be voting. They should be made to give that money back. They should be recusing themselves. And to tell you that, Liddell knows the difference. She recused herself, gave back her membership to the store, the grocery store, so she could vote. Okay. And then she's like, well, and Judy keeps saying that Judy is an enabler. Judy is an enabler. Well, it is going to, she has a fiduciary. But guess what, that bank account? It don't matter, Judy. I talked to the attorneys. It don't matter. That EIN number is her account. She gets her hands on that money. She didn't recuse or disconnect her. She would have to dissolve hers completely. And she did not. She did not. And so she shouldn't have voted on that. We're going to get on what else she shouldn't have voted on. She should not. So residents, when it comes here, they don't get the benefit. It was water crisis money, ARPA fund. No, not that. It was economic development money. We have not received the water crisis money. I have requested from now again the new attorney, Joanne Gurley, for her to have someone come to council to explain. We don't do that. They need to do that because that's a public place and the public needs to know. And I'm going to tell you, our emails go unanswered. This administration has done a poor job of communicating the needs of this community, majority of them. And it's sad. Things like the water quality, we need to have them come back. Still, and that's why I put it up there. And I called Mr. Miller up and I asked him, because he had to go to Mr. Ted, when can you have them up? Then it took for in that council meeting for him to say, Mr. Ed Taylor said, Ty, you need to call Roe. Roe is doing it. Well, why didn't y'all email me that? Why you still got me emailing y'all? So they got this system. Let me tell you how the system goes. So we have to email Davina, the city clerk. The city clerk has to then email Clyde Edwards. Clyde Edwards then has to email the department heads. And then they're supposed to get back with us. Listen, what they call it? What? Bottlenecked. It gets bottlenecked. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Simply doesn't work. So that's how that goes. So undue medical debt, JWC, I think you did you and I'm going to say all the councilmen, good job doing this because this is beneficial. And I voted for that's me. I voted for RX. I support that because I was a single mom. And when I had my daughter that I married her daddy. And then y'all should have stayed single because I probably should have. But anyways, I'm going to help people when I can. And especially when it's something that's beneficial, because I've been in some of these pockets and dealt with it and understand how it feels and the stress that it brings, And so be careful who y'all listen to. Be careful. Some people make a mountain out of a molehill, Okay. So I didn't even read Jessica's thing, but now it's gone. But y'all saw. So Producer Jay, we are going to go on to court. Honestly, Ms. Burns, many of the folks regularly accusing mothers of getting pregnant for a check would do so themselves. This is why they can't imagine the good the program would do. Jessica, absolutely. Absolutely. I will always, support programs that benefit people. And I'm not going to look for the bad in it. I'm going to talk about the good in it because that program is a good program. Absolutely. Good morning, sweet cupcake on break. What is that? What is that? Oh God, Birdie B. I love saying that name. I haven't seen him in the comments yet. Good morning, Bishop T. Priestley, Julina. So we're gonna go on to the court cases. So we were notified by earlier that day we were told we didn't have to go because they had not set up any logistics. Good morning, Sydney Green. There were no logistics on where do we go? How do we meet? There was nothing except for show up. And when we got there, it took 3.5 hours when we went into the judge's courtroom. 3.5 hours. She had a full docket full of homicides and arson cases of folks with felonies. And so we sat in that hallway and just watching. Y'all saw Arthur Woodson making jokes about calling people Wednesday Addams and making jokes that my stomach sounded like a mountain lion. So we just literally sat in that hall, and I think it was we're going to bring you here. But one of the things that my attorneys, Terry Johnson, said, did they have good standing to take you there? I said, well, what do you mean? He says, is their board in order? I said, no, it's not. They have not had an ombudsman technically for over 2 years. He says, they shouldn't have been able to bring you there. Do they have all of their members? I said, no. He said, do they have enough for a call? I said, yes, they do. Barely. He said, okay. So one, they should have been able to bring you there because they don't have an ombudsman. So that's their balance. Like we're the executive branch in the legislative branch. They have the ombudsman and they have the Ethics Accountability Board. That's their balance. And they do not, that's supposed to be their balance, and they don't have an ombudsman. And so when we walk, when we was in the building, we got on the elevator, y'all. I had a little conversation with Mr. Joe King, who presides over the ENAB board. I don't think Mr. King was happy with me. Not at all. And I told him, you had no business bringing us here. Your board, I said, you're in violation for 2 years. I said, you act as if we weren't in the process of trying to find someone. You can't force us to vote for somebody. You can't do this. This is not your place. Well, anyway, he got it in the elevator. He got it. And my thing is, I don't even think it was Joe King that came up with it. I think they told Joe King to do it, and he decided, okay, I can do it. I can do it. And he did it, with no consideration. I lost a whole bunch of respect for him during that, because he needs to take us. At first of all, you don't even have an ombudsman for 2 years. You got a 2-year violation, and you talking about a 30-day violation. Come on, Joe King. They removed me for 30 days. Where was all that Joe King energy at? Where was all the ethics board energy at about that? Where was it at for Councilman Mays, who was removed for a total of 120, 30 days the first time, 90 days? Where was the energy for him being removed? We got to have representation. We got to have representation. And when you hear Liddell say that it's important for the third ward, you voted to put people out. Liddell, Candace, Judy, the five, they voted to put people out. They voted to put people out. And so how are you going to say it's important now for the third ward when y'all did these frivolous censures? Dennis censured frivolous because Liddell cussed up a storm and acts an entire fool up in there. Entire. Candace has acted up in there too. Judy told somebody she was going to grab him by the balls and cut his. I'm like, what in the what? Everybody was like. And so when we look at these things, and we're going to show how they, when Liddell acts the fool, how they walk out so they don't have to tell her. They're enabling her and her mess and her garbage. They're enabling her. So Joe King or the ENAB board had no business taking us there. They were wrong because they need to get a ombudsman first. Okay. That's what they need to do. That is exactly what they need to do. So this punishment or whatever come from the mayor. Okay. Every single one of them who voted for that comes from the mayor, because where was that energy with Mayor? And Mays went there. Then it's got to the point he sent them and let them know it didn't matter. Where was the same energy? Where was it? Now it's important somebody in that seat. How are you going to vote to remove people? The 5 unethical people did it. They voted to remove people, but now you complaining that we have to have proper representation. We have to make sure every ward is represented. When did that become important? When Lindley Almighty says, I turned my back on Quincy Murphy. Yeah, I sure did. I absolutely did. Sure did. Then they stating, like, you know, rule, you can't do that. Then, and I ain't done with them yet with that, y'all. I'm telling you. Then they said, Liddell said, and hers, I said Liddell Lewis wasn't a nice person. You're not. But if I was going to be removed, I should have, as some people say, cussed them out. No, I told her she's not a very nice person. She's not. And today we're going to show y'all why she's not. So we get into court, takes 3.5 hours. So the question is, so I said to our public defender, and he's not a public defender, but he was acting like one because he wasn't even talking to us. He wasn't even over the, he was spending more time over there talking to them. And so my attorney I called him. I said, look, this is a problem. I said, they don't even know the Open Meetings Act. They're trying to put us, 4 says you can't do that. I said, I know we can't. I said, I have my Michigan Municipal League. He said, hold on, let me get Tom on the line. And So we're talking, and we're in this little bitty room, and I'm saying, you know what? We cannot. I said, we cannot be any more than 2. I knew nothing about this other case because y'all, that ain't my job to do that. I said, and we cannot. Well, they said, well, we could do it in 3s. I said, you can't do that either. I said, you can't meet any more than 2 people. I had to literally read them the Open Meetings Act. I kid you not. So our attorney sent the Booth Media versus Wyoming City Council. Couldn't have been a better case, y'all. And so what this case was, it talks about the Wyoming City Council circumventing the Open Meetings Act. You can't do it. You can't do it. So, Attorney Jay, can you put up the Booth versus Wyoming? Oh, y'all look, and ta-da, and there it was. Ta-da. And so, look, you got it where I needed at too, with the answer 472. So leave that up because I'm gonna give a little bit of headway. So, Attorney Tolson tells me, I talked to him so much. I'm tired of talking. I ain't talking to him till next week. And he was like, don't say nothing. And if you have to, you take the 5th because you can be sued individually and in your capacity of city council. I said, what? Say what? He says, I said, but the judge ordered us. You take the 5th. Listen, Tanya, I'm telling you him. And so I'm listening to, we're going back and forth. So the answer part of 472, the Open Meeting Act defines a meeting as the convening of a public body which a quorum is present to deliberate or render a decision on public policy. Y'all, that's what, don't take it down, Producer Jay. That's what we were there for, that 3rd ward. Remember that now they're concerned that every ward has a representation. But Liddell want to put people out, the 5 of them illegally, because I won my case, putting people out. Now they want everybody to have ward representation. It's nasty as she talks to people. You got to beat them with the law. Like I have said, you can't, the only way to beat them is with the law. They don't understand nothing else. Nothing else. It says, because neither a luncheon or meeting alone had a quorum, defendant argues that the meeting should be exempt from the open meeting. Our primary objective as construing a statute is to ascertain and give effect to legislative. So, in short, what you cannot do is separate people to circumvent the open meetings. You're still talking about public policy. And that's what we were doing. You can take it down, Producer Jay. That is what we were doing. You cannot. And can you scroll? I'm sorry. Can you put back up with the top part with the case? Because some people may want to look it up for themselves. Please, the very top. Because I may have said the name wrong. I may have said the name wrong. And so we cannot deliberate or talk without having, the public. So I had said even beforehand on December the 11th, we need to have it in city council chambers, because that way it will accommodate the public. It will accommodate the public to whereas people can come in, the special master, and everyone can be there. Thank you. Please leave that up while I'm talking. I appreciate it. So this is the case, Booth Newspapers Incorporated versus Wyoming City Council. And this is Wyoming, Michigan, in Kent County over by Grand Rapids. And so this is the case. And so this is the case that they cited. They're very clear. You can sue, the public can sue, and you can be sued. Do not say nothing and take the 5th if you have to. You should not be deliberating, sis. You cannot. He says you guys are deliberately circumventing, because the judge was on record saying that, the Open Meetings Act, because Attorney attorney Terry Johnson told, and Lambert was like, look, tell your attorney this. So he was really telling us a lot of stuff to help us. We basically were giving the legal opinions to our attorneys. Our attorney was not really talking to us at all. He was not. And so I'm gonna back that up to what it is. So this is enough. This is the case that got us really out, because we were actually violating Open Meetings Act, which we told them, you know. And what's the deal? They put me in a room with Jerry Winfrey Carter. What is that gonna do? I mean, come on. I mean, we were doing crossword puzzles, doing work. I mean, it was a waste of time. Only remedy, have an election sooner than the May. And they claim that they, and I'm still checking. No, I don't think they asked the governor, because I requested to see, show me where you asked the governor to have it sooner. I ain't seen that yet. You know, they don't respond to us with stuff. They don't. So we sitting in there, and me and JWC's room was cold. It was cold. Pfeiffer in their room was hot like a sauna. Tell me something. Ooh, it's hot. I'm like, I am cold. I was cold. So in these rooms, you have people who were there wanting to come back. Now, remember now, when we're in a council meeting and we go talk about city business, the first thing we do, the meeting is called to order, of course, but then what we do is vote to go into executive session, which is in private. We vote to go in executive session in public, that vote amongst everybody. Then once we're in executive session, we vote to come back out of executive session. And then once we go back to our seats, we vote to start the meeting back again. We were in meetings, and it was just, we were just in meetings. We didn't vote to go anywhere. So we were in the jury chambers in the back, locked, secured, and the public couldn't get out. So we had Miss Taylor, Arthur Woodson, AC Dumas, and some other people who were saying, like, well, what are they talking about? We want to see. Well, they didn't. The logistics was never set up. The logistics were never set up. And so we were there just where they were figuring out, and the judge was busy. She did not have time on her docket for us not having time. She had some real cases, homicides, arson, murders. I mean, come on. And there was no logistics. That they couldn't account. We needed to be without having a violation in an open room, in an open forum. And if we were, deciding that we were going to cast the vote, we needed to do it in the public and public speaking, because the public has a right to tell us before we vote why they want us to vote on something, why they don't. They have a First Amendment right to be able to come speak and say their piece at the podium. Yeah, I know I hate the word lectern, at the podium. And so there was so many violations. So I'm going to take it back to the night where, and Dennis Pfeiffer was so angry. He was angry enough for everybody. So 6:30, we get the call. 6:30 email. The email comes through and telling us Tuesday we got to be there. And no, nothing. We had gotten email earlier that said we didn't have to. So let's put up the letter. So Dennis Pfeiffer constructs a letter after talking to me and him, talking to not our public defender, because he wasn't returning any calls at that time. He would not answer any calls, emails, or anything at the time. He was not responding. And so after talking, and did I fall asleep after this one? No, this wasn't the one I fell asleep on. Almost fell asleep on, but there was, let's get the letter with Dennis's, and there's two. One, he did his Facebook post. He did a Facebook post statement. I did a late night chit chat. And so this letter that he wrote, and let me see, it's on letterhead. And and I need to pull it up so I can read it, because it's smaller on my screen. Oh, I can go. So this letter he comprised and he wrote after talking to the attorney, and coming to, because Dennis was hot. No, Dennis was mad as hell. You know, he was so mad that he had enough madness and anger for me. And so he said, now we didn't get the letter until we didn't get the email until 6:30. Our attorney was not responding at all. And so the letter was saying because we had to file a stay by Monday. So here are the things that the attorneys were saying. One, that is an overreach of power. And two, there's a separation of power because she's judicial, we're legislative. Three, is a gross violation of the Open Meetings Act. And so these were some of the topics. And so Dennis sent to our attorney, and the letter states, and this is after talking to the attorneys that gave us the Booth versus Wyoming and all the legal advice. And so it says, I'm writing to formally demand that you immediately file an emergency stay order by 1/6/25 at 12 p.m. The Michigan Court of Appeals concerning 2024-121982 AW. It says, given the urgency of the situation, it is critical that this stay be requested at the earliest possible moment to prevent implementation of the possible illegal order. Please ensure that the motion includes all necessary legal documents and citations to support the issuance of an emergency stay, focusing on the irreparable harm likely to occur if the stay is not granted, the likelihood of success of the merits of our appeal, Michigan Constitution article, Open Meetings Act, Flint City Council members have general immunity, circuit court authority for the mandamus, given that this vote will be discretionary, and the public interest served by granting the stay. I expect to be kept informed about all proceedings and actions of this matter. Please confirm the receipt of this. So he sent this. And so that was the first one. So we get into court once we get before the judge, and he vaguely discusses the Open Meetings Act. The city attorney did not discuss anything else. It's just kind of, we're just going to keep running. We're going to do it. We're going to do what we want to do, because he wasn't there. He was terrible. He was terrible with us. It was terrible. I mean, we had a public defender. His name was Barry Wolf, and he was really a wolf. They had a good attorney. Why didn't we have the same attorney? Wasting city tax money. So let me tell you about the pricey firms. The Kendall Williams firm was one. We've seen 3 or 4 there. Matter of fact, Kendall Williams was there the last day of it, or the first one of the days. He was there in person. Normally he's in California. These are some pricey firms. Then we had the Sigmund Figueroa, that was from Giltner. We had Barry Wolf's firm. Then we had the special master, retired, now Judge Celeste Bell. And then we were in Judge Kelly's court. So we had a bunch of legal eagles. But guess who saved the day? Attorney Johnson and Lambert, because they were telling us how to make our public defender work for us. That's what they did, to tell us how to make, so that we would not be in the debacle. And so we would be in a debacle if it wasn't for them. And that's how they brought up the Booth versus Wyoming. You are circumventing. And my attorney don't really be nice to me when he talk at all. You know, he like a family member. So he had a lot of words that were 4-letter, and he combined several of them, because this was the public was shut out. People were asking, could they come back? They want to know what was going on. Well, we were back there doing crossword puzzles and doing word searches, and catching up on other work that we needed to do. That's it. That's that, I mean, because everyone was in a room with somebody that they liked. And they did ask, did we want to be removed or put in other rooms with other people? Dennis's response was, hell no. And mine was absolutely not. Jerry, she said, no. Yeah. So we were all in, and so it was a waste. But how we got out of it was the judge ended up saying the last day, once the Booth versus Wyoming was given to them, our attorney sent it to me, I think I sent it to to Dennis, and Gildner took it home, and it was given to our special master, Judge Celeste Bell. And so the Judge Kelly said, well, you're not, everyone here is doing a great job. I believe everyone is concerned about getting a third ward person. But what we're going to do, you're not in violation because there's such a concern of Open Meetings Act. And, we're going to end this today. I didn't know what I was going to do before I put on my black robe to come out here. And so what we're going to do, because you're not in violation, I know there was the concern, but you're not, not according to the Booth versus what's the name, because we were about to get our behind sued. Okay. We were going to be in another court proceeding. So they had us, good morning, Mr. Gray. How you doing? And so we were there because of a charter violation. The ethics board should have been there because of a charter violation because they don't have an ombudsman. And then we were getting ready to violate the Open Meetings Act by deliberately keeping the public out and circumventing it by putting us in 4 different rooms by twos, mandated us to be there till we come up with an answer. I guess they thought they was going to wait us out. Immediately I said, no, I'm not changing. Whether we like it or not, we got to look at what the people want. The people voted, even though the election was not certified, the people gave us a sample of what they voted. Now, you will hear Liddell say they shouldn't have been voted. They shouldn't have been voted. They were told not to vote. She needs to stop. I'm so sick of her nonsense. I'm so sick, so tired of her toxic behavior. So tired of it. People have a right to vote. It was on the ballot. Unfortunately, Quincy passed away while the election started. People were voting. Ballots had been printed. And yes, they vote. She was out there telling people to not vote because she is the president of Flint City Council, and she was going to tell people what to do. She is power drunk. Power drunk. She abuses her position and her authority. So she was literally out there. She was out there one day. Stephanie Rogers was out there, and she was talking to Stephanie's cousin and trying to tell him, Liddell, something is wrong with her. I mean, it's the reason why Maryland got rid of her. So how we got out of the court was thank you. Look, I'm going to say it again. If y'all need a good attorney, they do criminal, constitutional, Open Meetings Act. Look, they did my case, and guess what, y'all? We won. When I went and was put out for 30 days, now they're worried about every ward being represented. They better not put nobody else out. They done went through all of this mess. By charter, wards have to have representation. But when it's convenient for y'all censoring people without censoring yourself. Liddell has the worst behavior on that council, and we're going to talk about it. And since she's watching her and her people, look, I need her to click, like, share, subscribe. Girl, go ahead and donate. Donate.
You's a nasty black lady.
My producer is off the chat. Producer Jack. Producer Jack. So if she's watching, because she says she watches, but then she misquotes. She misquotes all the time. She lies. So I need her to click, like, share, subscribe. And look, she can even donate to Cash App, $ Producer J 87. She can donate. If you're gonna watch, girl, go ahead and contribute.
Yeah, I'll take that Savers Park money. Go send it and just send it through the Savers Park Neighborhood Association Cash App.
Because she watching, and she couldn't hold herself. She couldn't contain herself. So for people saying, and let me tell you, I didn't work with people who didn't like me because of the color of my skin. For 4 months, they didn't speak to me. Did not. Thank you, Patrick G. Thank you. They didn't speak to me for 4 months. Look, when you're black, it does not bother you. I need people to stop spewing this ridiculous narrative. Oh, they're getting all along. They're selling people out. You know what? It's our job to work together, in case y'all didn't know it. Are they getting what they want? We have to fight them one by one in court. And let me tell you, us not being there was a big win. Big win. Kudos to my other 3 colleagues. Kudos to JWC, Dennis Fife, the big fight, and to Jonathan Jarrett, to my colleagues who said, we're going to follow through with the process. We're sticking together with what's right. We're sticking together to what the law states. The right. We did the ethical forward did what was right. And so when people, oh, well, they just stop the nonsense. We don't need nobody else splitting us up. We don't need that. If you don't think that we stress, headache, stress, blood pressure, this is a lot. You carry this in your spirit. It stays in your mind. But this was a big win for us that we weren't there, because they was gonna keep y'all. We would have been into August to the swearing in of the third ward council person. We would have been there. They didn't care about, and this is what they told me. They said, well, what about our jobs? The ones that work a regular 9 to 5 or 8 to 4. They said, basically not our problem. Tell your employer that it's something like jury duty. You have to be here. And y'all know who went off first, JWC. She went off. She went off. Yeah, rightfully so. Jonathan is he's very controlled. JWC was like, no, and Pfeiffer went off for like a week. He was blowing all kind of gaskets.
So, Jonathan keeps it together, but when that stomach of yours started growling, he sure lost it.
Yes, Whitson actually was like, what was that, your stomach? And then Jerry, you need some crackers? You need some crackers? Like you be in church, you've been in church so long, your stomach may start to growl, and they got the little pouch, a little Ziploc bag with the church candy and some little crackers. She wants some crackers. Look, no, I'm ready to get up out of here, y'all. And so my stomach did growl. And Arthur Woodson had all kind of jokes. He did. He said, I sound like a mountain lion. A severe thunderstorm was coming. He had some good jokes that day. So, but I do want to say this. The logistics of that was never set up properly. It was not in order. There was no process. No one had thought the process out. They did decide to leave the case open. They were violating the Open Meetings Act. It was very clear. But let me tell you, it was a big win for us. It was a big win. And again, thank you, Attorney Terry Johnson, Attorney Lambert. We could not afford y'all. Y'all have blessed us with giving free advice that you didn't have to. And Terry, you my guy, Attorney Terry Johnson. You are my guy. You roll with me. You call it. He calls and check on me when I don't even, and I feel bad about calling him. Well, I had to say, Lord, I got to pray on this before I call this man, because he tired of me and Flint. But you got to have people to support you. And one thing about it, he don't want me to be quiet, because you know what being quiet, when they want you to be controlled and not speak up, guess what it gets you? Water. That's dirty. Still hasn't been fixed going on 11 years. People didn't speak up for 18 months, and Flint was poisoned. People knew that the water was not treated. People knew all up to the governor's office. Nobody spoke up. So I'm not going to be refined. I'm going to choose to be who I am, who is me. Period. I'm not changing me. I'm going to speak up. And I'm not going to let people run over me. I'm not going to let people run over me, because I'm not going to let people run over the residents. I'm not going to do it. And Flint has no reason to trust anybody, because they drank water that was poisoned for 18 months and nobody spoke up. And they knew the water wasn't treated. They knew that the chemicals they knew it wasn't treated. They knew that it was hazardous. And I'm going to tell you, there were attorneys that I know who lived in the area would not let their kids bathe in it. They were taking the children to relatives outside of the city boundaries. So I'm going to speak up. I am. I'm not used to being run over, and I hate a bully. I hate a bully. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I've never cared for it. You're not going to run me over, and you're not going to talk to me crazy. And it doesn't mean, we're not all meant to be the same. We deal with things different ways. Some people may deal with issues by striking the pen or writing something. Some people may protest. People may give their opinion and may exert how they feel in different ways. Allow me to do it my way because it's me. I ain't trying to be like nobody else but Tanya Burns. And it's funny because I was at my mom's, literally, she still had my certificate from city council, of student council when I was back in elementary. I'm gonna have to put that up. My certificate from, was it 5th grade or 6th grade? I was on student council. So this is just who I am. This is me. This is me. I ain't trying to be like nobody else. I'm gonna always speak up for people because I would hope that if, in the absence of, if I couldn't speak up for myself, that somebody in my community would speak up for me. So big win for court. We done. We are done with court. So, but I do want to say, I'm gonna close it. That 90 days with Mays and 30 days for Mays and 30 days for me. How dare they go into that court and say we need to make sure every ward is represented when y'all putting people out frivolously. I'm gonna have to go get that driveway, dig it up, and put it in mine. But I need a new. That's a lawsuit. Frivolously putting people out.
Got a question.
Got an answer.
So there was some rumors earlier this week that it was stated in court that if you guys break quorum at any time that y'all would have to return to court. Is any of that true?
It was kind of put out there, but we could come back. And it was the quorum was, to my understanding, with, I think, for the 3rd ward. But let me tell you, it was so much stuff. When we did leave, and look, y'all, I'm going to tell it because I don't care. One of the things was I stayed. I am who I am. I'm going to own what I say. Y'all know that. For an agreement, if I would vote for Candace for president, Jonathan for vice president, and Judy, because she's doing a fine job as finance chair, they would put AC Dumas in. that was, and I'm gonna say this again. So it was stated that if I was asked, and this was they were trying to negotiate, if Candace was president, Judy was finance chair, Jonathan was vice president, they would put AC Dumas in the chair temporarily for the selection part until the election. That was asked of me. And so as I went in, I had always said, the only remedy I see is to have an election sooner. Period. Beverly Biggs received, listen, I know Beverly Biggs Levy received 589 votes. She was the top vote getter. An easy way to measure what the community wants. They voted for her. More people came out to vote for her and cast their vote. You can't ignore that, which they're trying to get you to do that. And I'm not going to ignore that. The community has showed who they don't want. Kerry Nelson's a nice person. I like talking to him. But he was the incumbent. The Santino Guerrero beat him in the race. Santino did. And for Santino to beat him, y'all, the Black community supported Santino. They did. Then you had Quincy Murphy. Quincy Murphy won. Quincy Murphy won again against Kerry. And then if this election had been certified, Beverly Biggs would have won against Kerry Nelson. So the community, I don't dislike Kerry Nelson, but the 3rd ward has said they don't want Kerry Nelson. And it was asked, will it makes more sense to put Kerry Nelson? Y'all, no, absolutely. So there was some pressure, and it was. I wouldn't have. And so I would not. Absolutely not. And like I said, I don't dislike him as a person, but I can't consciously say when he was incumbent, he was removed. The voters removed him. Santino beat him. Quincy beat him. And then if this one had been certified, it would have lost to Beverly Biggs. And so there was no way I would have absolutely put that in. For me, the things come within a decent order. I have said that. Jerry Winfrey Carter is the senior most council person. Then after that, then it is on the ethical foresight, it's Dennis and myself. Dennis has been the president temporarily, I think, for a moment in between, I think, Allie stepping down. So my thing is, I don't know. But right now, I will tell you this. The president's job takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work bringing the council together. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of time, and it's a lot of stress. And we have got to change leadership. We have got to. We've got to. I look at how meetings were ran, and this was, y'all, that this is the part that was mind-boggling. The special master, and I like retired Judge Celeste, but I like her, y'all. I really like her. And I had to make it clear because it was basically like they were saying we weren't voting. I have always stated, and I tell everybody, and when people say, well, why are they up there voting? Damn it, because I ain't going to jail for nobody. Now, if y'all want to pay, them attorneys would have been $2,400 per hour if we was paying all four. I ain't got money like that, y'all. And I ain't robbing the bank to go to jail, okay? And so we can't beat them unless we go to court. So my protest, let me be clear, because I don't want my stuff misquoted with what I do. I will not go back unless we get an attorney. So the city attorney puts it in writing. Attorney Cups was the city attorney before. Now we have Joanne Gurley, who was officially since Christmas. He would not put it in writing. Like a week before that November, in the charter states, the second Tuesday of every November, we are to elect a president and vice president, period. Well, we're at a 4-4. It's just not going to happen. So, Attorney Cup, so then they have added in the charter, and that term is for 12 months, period. I showed y'all that. I talked about it. They added the council rules or until a successor is elected. So my thing was, how can you change the charter without taking it to a vote? So, wait a minute. Jessica said, like you once said, Ms. Burns, you serve donuts, not time. That part. That part. And I will look, and I don't even eat donuts. But I was happy to serve the public who be sitting there all day. Donuts. Absolutely. Because they sit there through all that nonsense that be going on. And so, getting back to the donuts through me. So, getting back to how we select, Attorney Cups would not give me his opinion written. Would not. And so because he wouldn't give me the written opinion, I set my butt out there and everybody else did. Well, Jonathan did not. Jonathan was comfortable sitting there. For me, it was a charter violation until you can clear it up. The charter said 12 months, not 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and so on. And so they did this. They circumvented the charter. Now, there's something else that we're working on. So people keep saying, oh, I wouldn't move anything in the city until that's done. No, our water system is broken. And Mr. Miller came up there and I talked about the administrative consent order. Our water system has got to be fixed. I'm not stopping that. I'm not. I'm not even choosing it. Because some of that stuff, my dislike for Liddell does not supersede me taking care of city business. Understand that. You can judge me, say what you want to say, but until you start paying for some of these attorneys that's getting me out of these, I don't even know what you call them, this mess, y'all keep your opinion to yourself. Put your money where your opinion is, because them attorneys is $600 per hour, and they will give a discounted rate of $450 an hour. I'm just saying. And I've had to use outside attorneys to win. This was a big win for the Open Meetings Act. So this is technically, I think, like my second win, y'all. And it is by the grace of God that these attorneys are saying, you know what? We see what you're doing. We gonna help you. You are a girl. We appreciate you. We see your fight. We see your fight. And we got you. We see your fight. And I appreciate that part. I do. Because we would still be there on this Monday, 10 to 12, and then 1 to 4. We would be there every day. We'd be there to the swearing in of the new third ward person. So why I took my seat back is because the attorney finally, I think it was December 6th or 8th, put his opinion in writing. Well, he didn't put his in writing. Let me tell you what he did. Was a smart man. He outsourced it to Clark Hill. Clark Hill gave the legal opinion. I put it on the record, asked for a vote to have the opinion released, to share, to be transparent with y'all, with the public, so that you would know. And so we read it, because we don't have, technically, legal opinions, they don't share. We're not supposed to share. We have to vote on it to share. So I put a motion on the floor to share it. But I want to share it with everybody. I wanted the public to hear. I believe in transparency. Only thing I'm not going to tell y'all is how much I weigh. That's it. Anything else, I'll let y'all know. Because when I go to the doctor, I don't even look the scale myself. They're not allowed to say my weight out loud. Okay? Period. And so I wait till the doctor come in. But y'all, my scale keep going down. Look, I'm trying to be the healthy me. So once that legal opinion came in, we voted to have it released. We did it in the city council chambers. We did not violate any Open Meetings Act. And he put it in there. I took my seat like I said I would. I told everybody for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, what I was going to do. And I did what I said I was going to do, period. So I'm going to take care of city business. But in the meantime, that does not mean I'm not working on the other part, because I am with the with that Open Meetings Act, and not the Open Meeting, that is a part of it. But I'm working on the part where the charter and the city council rules, working on that. But y'all, these attorneys ain't cheap. And look, we all do other things and have lives. You know, believe it or not, I still do consulting. I'm able to do work at the middle of the night when I be up. Everybody's like, well, you have 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Because I still do consulting that I do. And so then Jerry has a regular a 9 to 5. Dennis is out of the state and out of the country sometimes, his job. And Jonathan has a daily job that he shows up. And so I have more flexibility than anybody. And then by nature, y'all, I'm a night owl. I don't know why producer Jay be calling me at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock. 6:30 in the morning, I think was the latest we've been on the phone, going through stuff to make sure that these shows are right, that the call-in numbers are right, because he is a perfectionist to the point, y'all, one night I didn't even know, this is a little sidebar, I didn't know we was live. Couple of things I hate doing. Unloading the dishwasher, and I ain't got no dishwasher at this house. I never had a house. I had no dishwasher. I hate unloading the dishwasher. I hate folding clothes up. I hate making my bed. I hate that. And he didn't tell us that we were on live. And so
sidebar, hold on.
You didn't tell me.
Before that phone, when that phone rang and you answer, I said, we live, by the way.
I missed that part. Because I'm literally on there complaining. Because I don't like the way the cleaners, when you take your comforter, I have downfield comforters or whatever you call them, duvets, whatever. And so I would send them to the cleaners. They just don't smell like it if I wash them, And so I was like, okay, I literally went to the laundromat to wash them, because their feathers have to fluff back up. So I took them both to the laundromat. And by the way, Terrence and Pro Clean helped me do all my little stuff. I had to tip him, because look, I didn't know how to do none of that. And so it would have been cheaper to have the cleaners to do it, y'all, for real though. But I was making my bed. And so producer Jay and Steve were on. Am I saying this? I don't know why I got it. I was making my bed. And I didn't know we was live. I was like, I don't know why I got 10 pillows on my bed, because I hate making my bed, or all these pillowcases I got to put back on. I got to put on. I hate doing this. And then I think you said, did you forget you did say, did you forget we live? No, I didn't hear we were live, because I was complaining like a mug. But anyways, back to big win. That's why I'm taking my seat, because it's a legal opinion. And on the other part, still working on, because I don't believe that. Now, I have given the attorneys, but they work on their own time, y'all. They are really volunteering their time to help. And I appreciate with their legal opinion. Their legal opinion, we were able to give the law, give the cases, the case law to them to get the result that we needed, the ethical for, to get the result we needed. So that I appreciate. And I'm going to do my job. I'm not going to remain stagnant, because one thing we have got, can we put that up for the 6th ward? The 6th ward had an initiative. My $30,000 was spent. It is a resolution. And I'm not going to let my ward voted me in. And I'm going to make sure Councilwoman JWC, Winfrey Carter, had hers there too. But it's too much that has to be taken care of. And I'm not going to, and it's not to say that nothing would move. Liddell don't have, she's her own kind of species. She just is. And only way to beat her is with the law. And my ward has some things that they need. And I'm going to make sure that the Flint residents get what they need. You know, part of her, the Lord got to deal with her. It has got to. And so, and I meant to have that one up earlier, Producer Jakes. I want to take care of that. The $30,000 ward initiative. Mine went to, we are going green in the 6th ward. So when I say going green, we will have a garage tool shed that is green. You can sign out for free to use electric lawnmowers, electric blowers, electric edgers. You can use anything in that tool shed, sign it out. And that way, because one of the things, the biggest complaints is that people don't have lawnmowers when, you know, they go, thank you if you can leave that up, when they to get cited for cutting grass. Well, guess what? You can come to the 6th where anybody in the city of Flint can use this. Actually, they can sign it out. And the one thing with the kids in the neighborhood in Mott Park area, they can make a little money. You know, cut some lawns. There's lawnmowers, so they can make a little hustle. Like all these kids out here today. Ain't no kids came and asked to shovel snow. Used to be a point, and I hate to say it, but they would say the crackheads would come and ask to shovel your snow. You don't even see them out today. So we're going green in the 6th ward, and anyone in the city of Flint can use this. And we're using a local hardware store that did not move out the Black neighborhood on the north side. Ace Hardware, they stayed there. And Sally Bochap has come, and we're working with her, and we're going green. And this is a great opportunity for the city of Flint. No gasoline will be stored. We're helping to save the environment. I like that. The other part, $14,000 is going to Bethel Church. Food access, the administration would not approve it for Bethel Church. Would not and did not approve it. And I do not know why. And so this will go to they feed about 600 people every Monday. They feed people. So I took that to take care of the community. This provides a full truck with protein. As of September, they ran out of money. We sitting on hundreds of thousands of dollars and letting people go hungry. So it's $600,000 in food access. One truck for $1,000 feeds 600 people. Help centers are already set up and they're begging for money. Why are they not approving these? Why? Groceries, I remember you can get Miracle Whip for $1.99. Then it went up to $2.39. Miracle Whip is $5.99, y'all. $5.99. Groceries is high. They're high. And so the Eastern Food Bank, they can get a whole truck for $1,000, feed 600 people. And that's where I put my money. I don't want my community to go hungry. I have worked those lines. I worked the line the last day I worked it was a food giveaway. It was, oh God, when was it? Because when I got home, that's when I learned that I was being recalled by Judy's sister. Literally, and I hadn't seen it. I was working the recall. Working the up to Bethel Church. And that's what it's about. So I'm gonna feed the people. And I'm making sure to beautify my neighborhood by giving them the tools. I can cut grass at one cut, or I can get a tool shed and we can cut grass year after year, season after season. And that's what I choose. I didn't want, yes, grass needs cutting, but one cut is not going to do it. Getting the lawnmowers and the tools enables us to be able to cut grass for years. What's the Bible said? Give them a fish, feed them for a day, teach them how to fish. They eat a lifetime. y'all, that is what I reflected upon. And so we can cut grass. I wasn't given 10,000 to cut grass. I gave 10,000 to buy the equipment so we can do it together. And yeah, y'all, I cut grass and I shovel snow. I even shoveled snow yesterday. By the time I got back from my mom's house, look, y'all, it looked like it had not been shoveled at all. So usually my neighbors, because I'm flanked by young men, I'll wake up and they will shovel my snow, or I will have it plowed. I had 2 people who would make sure they would snow blow it. They don't even knock on the door. So give a big shouts out to Big Hank, and he would plow me out. I wouldn't even know, and he would send people over. And also to Eric, he would come and snow plow. My community has taken care of me, and that I appreciate for that. They have blessed me with that so I can do the work that needs to be done. So we're going green. This is what I did with my initiative. I didn't want to pay for one cut. I said, let's get some lawnmowers so we can cut for the next couple years. So them lawnmowers and them tools break down. So, okay, now we're going to go on to this. Look, y'all, and look, click like, share, and subscribe. Please. Everybody says, caution, 50 years old shoveling snow. I kind of push it. Now, push it. I push it. And so actually my son, before I got on, he was like, he's going to be here to make sure that it's done. So we are going to go on. We did that. Look, y'all, we're cooking on the front burners. Okay. So that third ward council meeting. Yeah. And I can't even say this without laughing. I want to get some pre-context to this. We were doing fine with voting, getting stuff, and a lot of that stuff has been on there, y'all, since October. And it was time to get that stuff, to get it done. It's time. It was time. And so if y'all want to donate, Attorney Terry Johnson, y'all can donate directly to him. He takes cash. So I will give him his number if you want to donate. I ain't taking nobody money. But if y'all want to donate to his law firm, you can have at it. But we're working on the other part where the charter and the city council rules for the first time do not, they're not in the line. They're not in line. And we do not get the 4 city council, the 4 ethical, do not get the help nor the respect from our legal department. We do not. They have not helped us. There's no way we can be victorious without having the law, because they're using the law wrongly to do the stuff that they're doing. Period. They're using the law to wrongly do the stuff that they are doing. And that is a fact. So we have to use outside attorneys. If you want to donate to attorney Terry Johnson, we'll happily take your money. So, but we're working on it. Otherwise, I can't stay stuck. I'm not gonna stay stuck. I'm gonna make sure I get them lawnmowers, and I'm gonna feed the people. That is the business of the city. I'm not letting anybody go hungry because I don't like Liddell, and I don't care for the fact that they voted me out or voted me to be out for 30 days. It's not that. For me, the people come first. That is my priority. And the other part, I'm working on it. We're working on it together. I am with my attorneys. And so we're going to go from there. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of history. So once we got to the third ward, business was getting done. Stuff was finally being taken care of. Something about that third ward thing, boy, when I mentioned that Beverly Biggs got the most votes, that just sent Liddell just off into the stratosphere, literally. And then things went crazy. They went crazy. And so with them going crazy, she made a comment to me that I was the stalemate awardee. She had her girlfriend say, or best friend, that I was the stalemate queen. And she did all this crazy stuff. And then she went to tell me that her friend told me I need to watch history, and I need to learn from people, and I need to learn from my past. Yes, Producer Jack.
Let's play that video.
Which one? Yep, I'm gonna line that. I want to give a little history, yes, before we play it. So when she did that, and we're gonna play the video. We're gonna get into some videos. So y'all get your coffees, get you together because you ain't gonna want to move after this. We're gonna put it down to why Liddell is toxic for the city of Flint, the Flint City Council, why she is toxic, and they have to stop being enablers of hers. They have to stop being enablers. So she said to me, stalemate awardee, and all this crazy stuff. And then I said to her, well, what if I said, now what if I said you're calling names, and what is you need to watch your decorum? I said, and we're gonna play the video. So then I said, what if someone wants to call you a red rooster? And so then it went that way. RL waited 2 hours, maybe a little over 2 hours, but I think it was 2 hours. And when he got to public speaking, y'all know I got a poker face. I did not have one. I did not. So that is the pre-setup. But I'm gonna tell you where, because in my mind, where I was so frustrated with her because we had been in court. I was there at 9:15 that morning. Then we went from court. Then we had counsel. I was tired. I'm tired of her toxicity, her being she's a toxic person, and it is spread in that council. I'm tired of her being toxic. And I was just tired. So I don't know why in my head, and then way she was moving, it made me, I was tired. And I'm tired of her garbage. And Miss Flossie, God bless her heart, Stephanie's mom, now the real Golden Girls do watch the council meeting. And she says, that girl she's just rude with that red hair always. And so Foghorn Leghorn came from Flossie. That did not come. And so I don't know, in my tiredness, I did say to her when she stalemate queen, no, stop that mess. I did not ask for that award. I didn't put in for that award. Did not at all. Not at all. And the awards were given to 4 of us. And we didn't ask for them. We did not at all. Didn't put in, did not know that they were even giving them to us. Had not a clue. Not a clue. None of us, the 4. And so I am going to I don't know why I was channeling Miss Flossie, Auntie Flossie. I don't know, y'all, but we're gonna play the video. Let's hit it, Producer Jay.
The law is the law, and the charter is the charter. And, it's unfortunate that we do not have anyone in the 3rd Ward seat, seeing that our colleague passed away way back in September. We're now in the new year, and the 3rd Ward is without representation. According to the charter, what's supposed to happen is we're supposed to appoint, and then the residents will elect as soon as possible. So that did not happen. And right now, I hear colleagues, it sounds like that they don't want to do the appointment process because they feel that Beverly Biggs Levy received the most votes. But we must realize that individuals declined to campaign when they were told that this election was not going to count. So if we're following the rules and the laws set by our state, trickled down by our clerk, it said that election not going to count. So no one should have been campaigning for an election that wasn't going to count. And so therefore we cannot try to hold the seat for an individual that campaigned for an election that did not count.
What's she talking about?
Well, I'm talking about, you were referring to Ms. Biggs.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What rule has been broken?
I don't have to say what rule has been broken, Madam
For
Chair.
a point of order, yes, you do.
Point of order.
What rule has been broken?
43.21, if you need a rule. Do not speak to the motives of the council people. We have not said that. You are quoting incorrectly.
Ms. Burns, you just spoke on Beverly Biggs receiving the most votes.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What is your point?
You stated that we were holding a seat. You're speaking to our motives. You're speaking incorrectly. Or are you telling a lie? Which word you choose is your...
Okay, Ms. Burns. So, as we proceed, and as we watch our tone speaking with the chair, the point of the matter is that we have not, you made a statement on your podcast stating that it is your job to, and it is your duty to change the makeup of council, which it did not work. And what colleagues will refuse to do, and also what the state refused to do via the courts, they refuse to uphold an election that does not
Request for
count.
information.
What is your request?
Shouldn't the chair check her tone as well?
That is
think
an
the chair
abuse
should check her
of a
tone.
privileged motion because of,
Check your tone.
and that is your warning. Thank
I
you.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine.
See, this is where she,
That's fine.
this we go
Again,
with her.
privileged motion, there has been an appeal for the ruling of the chair.
Is there support?
And so it has been supported by Ms. Burns. And so, and this is over the fact that the chair brought Ms. Winfrey Carter to order for abusing a privileged motion. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, your tone was disrespectful. One, you were out of line. Your character, you need to check that.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Miss. So who called that? Was it Miss?
I
Winfrey
did.
Carter? Okay, go ahead.
So can I get my time back?
go ahead.
Since
Yeah, give her 5 more seconds.
you, you.
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson, that's your warning. I'm not a big ass moose. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and thank you. So that's your warning. Go ahead. Ms.
Can I
Burns.
get my 5 seconds back because I didn't
Give
get
her
them?
5 seconds back.
So you asked for something that you're not willing to give, which is respect. You were speaking and misquoting, and you shouldn't have done that. Rule 43.21, your tone is extremely disrespectful, as you have called your colleagues swear words consistently. Your behavior has been deplorable. You've wanted to fight people. It has been your behavior and your actions that goes unchecked because you abuse the power and the position of that chair. You do it routinely. And when someone calls you out, we were doing fine. Then you use the chair and your position to abuse the power again and again. So you are abusing it, not her. We need you to give us the respect that you want this entire chamber to consistently give you.
Thank you. And so, after listening to the stalemate strategist awardee,
See, point
I
of
would like
order.
to go ahead
Point of
and
order.
focus it.
Your decorum. You're calling names. You're the chair. You're calling names.
Excuse me.
That would be still. That's like
Miss,
if I call,
you're being brought
that
to
would be-
order.
Point of
You're
order.
being brought to
point
order.
Of order.
What rule's being broken?
A point of order. You have to watch your decorum. That you cannot name call. That's
I'm not-
If I,
I'm not-
If I was to call you the Red Rooster, then it
But-
would be a problem.
But Ms. Burns, since we're in the middle of a warning, that is your warning for
I
abuse.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
That is
And I
fine, but you can't
support- I
appeal. You
support
can't
the
appeal during. You can't appeal during an appeal. And so, Ms. Burns, you were awarded the award of stalemate strategist. And so, if you would like, we will
Point
take
of
the
order.
time to play. What
You
rule
called
is
me
being
a-
broken again?
You called me a queen.
The stalemate strategist. There you
You
go.
are-
The stalemate
Yeah, that's
strategist.
not-
So, with that being said, don't interrupt, or we will receive a second warning. This is the point. This right here, ma'am, that's your warning too. So, this is the point. We have rules, and whenever you use a request for information or a point of information, it is exclusively to find out information pertaining to your next vote according to council rules.
No.
This was exactly what that rule is for. You can take a look. It's within the city council rules, senior council member Jerry Winfrey Carter. So that is why you were being brought to order, because you misused a privileged motion of a request for information when that information was not for your next vote.
It has nothing to do with
So
the
that's
next
it. And again, let's not speak on the mic.
Just a lie.
It is unfortunate that our colleagues do not like order, but we will have it. So as we proceed, a vote of a yes will overturn the ruling of the chair, and a vote of a no will uphold the ruling of the chair for Ms. Winfrey Carter's misuse of a privileged motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so listen. We have been literally, she was late, by the way. Every time we went to court, she's always late. She's disrespectful of everybody's time with her toxic behavior, with her gaslighting. We were doing fine up until we were getting stuff passed until she had this meltdown because she wants to control everything. So she put people out for clapping. She acts just like Elsa, just like she acts just like Tiffany Henry. You clap, you're gonna go, and she talks so just disrespectful. You know, you can't deal with her in a calm way because she will. You can't. I'm not Michelle Obama. That worked for Michelle Obama. Okay, if you go high, if they go low, you go high. That doesn't work with her because she stays in the gutter. Okay. So because she stays in the gutter, sometimes you got to go to hell with her. That's just what it is. She don't understand. You meet people, some people that they don't understand kindness. She doesn't understand kindness, and she doesn't understand respect, and she doesn't give respect. She doesn't give it at all. She does not. And that seat she's in and her position, she abuses the position, the power in that position. She abuses it. And she's not on her own. She has, other co-conspirators. And I'm focusing in on this because we need to see this is what she does. And she creates a narrative that is false and it is untrue. It is false and it's untrue. And so when we look at this, we're going to go on to the next one. So Flossie, Miss Flossie, Auntie Flossie, and I'm going to tell y'all, I have to tell when Stephanie's in the car with Aunt Flossie, I'd be like, you got to let me know Aunt Flossie in the car because sometimes I don't say hello when I'm calling. And it's not a, hey, girl, what you doing? It ain't, I'll be like, girl, let me tell you this, blah, 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 blah. And Stephanie, I tell you, Mama in the car. She be like, Tanya, now I'm going to tell you, I done heard all that before. I done heard all that. Because sometimes, when you have your best friends, literally, if she see me, if I take, like Steph called last night, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3. She wasn't like, girl, you up? She's like, girl, I read that mess. It ain't even, we pass hellos. That's just the way that it is. And so, wait a minute. Tony Burns is Eric May's middle sister. Oh, Lord. Mays didn't play. Mays was his own person, and his style was his style. I'm just me. I don't like being bullied. I never liked it. That's just who I am. And, when you care about people in your community, I always have, you fight for what's right. I not only fight for my kids. I showed you the picture. I looked at that picture of my son from, he's 18, first year in college. By the way, he's on the dean's list. Proud mama and proud father. University of Michigan. He wants to be a cardiologist. He was National Junior Honor Society, graduated with honors. And to see when he was 8 years old, fighting next to me, protesting next to me with his little Flint hat on and holding his little sign, that he understood. And then he stood with his mom when we were at Hasselbrink last Sunday. This is who I am. And if you don't like it, I don't care. This is who I am. I take my orders from the Lord. There is no higher authority for me than the Lord. Okay. That's where I get it from. When I do stuff, I pray on. Now, that little red rooster thing, I got that from, I don't know why Miss Flossie was in my spirit. Miss Flossie was in my spirit. And I was angry because she's so nasty how she talked to people. nasty and disrespectful and loud and disruptive. And I think she was getting mad because she's looking down there. Judy's talking to us. And it's business stuff. I want to know about food stuff, but whatever it's about. I need to what was left in the food. Because look, I'm gonna feed my people. Okay. How much is the food access, Judy? 600,000, 700,000. I don't have the exact number. And okay, I'm gonna take care of the bill. I'm not gonna let the people go hungry because of some. She don't matter. I'm keeping it. Look, the train gonna keep on moving. So for 2 hours, and let me say this, our L, and if you guys ever watched, what was the one with the football player? Oh my God, with Sandra Bullock, the movie, and the football player when I think he played with the Patriots. People may think Ariel doesn't have it all together. Yes, he does have some issues. Ariel has protective instincts. He has protective instincts that he's going to protect JWC and he's going to protect me, and as he would always protect Maze. He's going to protect us. And Ariel sat there, the blind side. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you. When she said in the blind side, when he was playing football, you got to protect the quarterback. You got to protect the offense. You got to do this. It understood protecting. Ariel protects. He's going to protect in the absence of Councilman Mays, me and Jerry. He takes information in. You may not think that he's not, but it's how if you listen to him, his order may be confused. It may be confused, but baby, and this last one, and listen, hey, Berta, baby. And yes, he is a 10th Ward councilman. I'm going to get him a sweatshirt that says Honorary 10th Ward Councilman Ariel Mitchell on the back. Then on the front, I'm going to get Tanya Burns, the Tanya Burns Show, and I'm going to get with producer Jay, because he sits on the front row. And if they mess with him, American with Disabilities Act, we're going to sue him. He has a disability. So he has protective instincts. And in the absence of Councilman May, if anybody come near us, we make sure he get home. We made sure when he was, Mickey Gale was like, where's Ariel? And Mickey Gale, aka Lady Brick, she's like, well, I'm gonna go pick him up. And she brought him over to Hasselbrink. I didn't know Mickey Gale since I was probably 5, literally. It's over 50 years. She went to pick him up. The community takes care of the community, the ones who care. And Ariel sat there for those 2 hours and processed it. When he got up there, he had that stuff together. Everybody understood clearly what he was saying, clearly. So, can you play, producer Jay, public speaking with Ariel Mitchell?
I can't get ahead for the red rooster to keep pecking, picking like a hen. The red rooster ain't the elephant in the house. It's the red rooster in here calling the shots. Red rooster, hello? Are you listening? Oh my God! Well, I never did understand about a rooster. When I first got married and got my son, the first thing I offered to buy him a rooster, and my wife said, "What you gonna buy the boy?" He said, "You can't have no rooster in Flint." I was going, and I was gonna see what a rooster is all about, because I left Georgia too early. I said a whole lot of biddies running around. They treat them and they eat them. Step on one by accident, you can kill them about so many. And I wonder where they come from. And I ain't been. See, I can't even get used to this Flint, Michigan, because people like Handkerchief Head, Nick Rose, or whatever they is. I'm trying to find out which one they are. Hey, the rooster moving around over there. Okay, and another thing,
Mr. Mitchell,
ma'am,
please refrain from using derogatory language. Thank
that's
you.
That's real language. Wait a minute, honey. I'm trying to figure out what's. Anyway, Happy New Year, everybody. Well, every New Year's I'll be trapped in the streets going through the New Year party out in Grand Blanc. 3 times in the 3 years in a row, and they playing that, and the DJ playing that white boy music and all that stuff and do the bunny track. I can't hardly track. And I mean, only played Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk. That's the only thing he played out there about that high school out across the street where that gas station at. And it was snow. But the woman didn't want to go by herself. That's why I went with it and barely made it. I mean, anyway, how much time I got, Davina?
30 seconds.
Yes, dear. But, man, well, I feel like I'm hen picked already. I mean, rooster picked. Before I even get there. I mean, pick me, Davina. How about that? What? Happy New Year, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to get our money or else. Tyler ain't going to see to that.
Listen, and I guess and producer Jay, I thought I had, and I guess I need to find the part. I thought I had sent the timestamp with him because it was in the second meeting, and but then again, it was late. It was late.
No, that's where it started when he got up the second meeting.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I think we had missed when it came through. We missed that first part. So, y'all, I laughed. What was your thoughts on the producer, Jack? Because you was watching. I had to drop my head.
No, I mean I thought it was an excellent part of speaking. The best RL we've seen in quite a minute, and you could tell that he had got to her. Especially at the part when she moved and signaled to Judy to stop him, and he said, the rooster's moving over there. So yeah, that was definitely the best RL that we see in a minute.
It was, and he has protective instincts, and God protects those who may not be able to protect themselves. And it upset him. Her energy is so toxic. It's so toxic, but she doesn't do it without enablers. So when we were going back, or when it came time to vote on one of them, Judy got up and Leon, they both got up as not to vote because they knew Liddell was wrong. But instead of them voting against her, because they didn't want the wrath of her, they got up and went in the back together. That was a very cowardly move. They both got up to leave as not to vote. They knew she was wrong in that meeting. And instead of voting correctly, they took the cowardly way out and got up and left. Oh, you look at producer Jay. He got it. Let's play it.
We knew this was going to be a point of contention, so we should have kept it simple. Are we voting to set the election or not? It should be that simple. All this other stuff is unnecessary. We have other meetings to get to. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to the clerk. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. The dates outlined in this resolution are absolutely the soonest you can or are willing to set the election.
These dates are the soonest that the election can be held by Michigan election law.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Okay, so seeing that no one else, I'll just briefly take my time. We have video to show. Our colleague passed away in September, and we were supposed to have this done by October. And a lot of our colleagues did not show up, causing us to violate the charter. So we are here. We could have been set this date, but we are setting it within the next year. We're here to do that. But what I will not be is called a liar when all this is on videotape. As well as when people say it from not only from their elected seats, but they say it from their podcast, and as well as when they make social media posts and put it online. I take this job serious. So when people come up here and quote unquote gaslight, it doesn't do the residents any good. So I'm looking forward to setting this date. And yes, the meeting was going well. But what we will not do, we will not sit up here and act like the rules and laws aren't what they are. We're supposed to appoint, then elect. The election didn't count. Let's stop riding on the misinformation that those things do count. Let's make sure that we are doing things in decency and in order. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and move on for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to set the election.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, and that resolution to set the third ward election passes.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, there's a motion to adjourn. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Okay, that is your last warning for calling me a big ass moose. You are removed from this meeting. And ma'am, you are removed too thank you. We haven't done roll call yet. Thank you. I will after you. Ma'am, you are removed from the meeting. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is officially adjourned.
15 minutes.
The other vote shows we have 4 meetings that night, but she got up and she walked out. I mean, they walked out. And y'all, it's hard. I mean, I literally could not sit there because you get so frustrated with her. And it has been 2 years of dealing with her nonsense, her bullying, her gaslighting, her lying. And it becomes too much. So, Evan, imagine if what she was like, if she held public office before. She held public office before in Maryland. She was the incumbent, and she's difficult to deal with. And I can only imagine why. Not even imagine why. She is showing us why. She is showing us why. You know, she was the incumbent. She was in the race there. She ran to keep the seat. I believe she was appointed. She was appointed to the seat, and then she ran. And she's difficult. We went all the way through, and literally the last thing on that agenda, literally the last thing on the agenda was the resolution to the resolution 25005, scheduling a special primary and special general election for Third Ward City Council. That was the last thing that was actually on there. And she just took that whole meeting and took it down the toilet. She did the whole meeting and took it down the toilet. So when she was in Maryland, they got tired of her mess, her gaslighting, her lying, her shenanigans, her division. They got tired of it and they voted her out. So Liddell Lewis in this race for this district. So she was the incumbent. So there were 4 people who voted. She ended up coming from the incumbent. She came in last. Angela Jones came in first, who has the seat now, 52,101 votes. The second person, Lee Collins, came in second with 30,538. Nathaniel Wallace came in third with 17,747. And Liddell Lewis came in last, 6,119. She got 5%. She was the incumbent. They didn't want her to continue because she was toxic. She's toxic. Maryland said, we don't want her. I mean, she came for the incumbent to come in. So she came in 46,000 people behind the winner. 46,000 people, actually more than that if we add it all up. Y'all look, let me get my little calculator. I hadn't even. So you got 30,538 plus 52,101 plus 17,747. You had 100,000 people, 386 say they didn't want Liddell Lewis back. That speaks volume. 100,386 people said, we don't want her back to serve us in public office. She was the incumbent. These are the official election results. So over 100,000 people said they don't want her. They don't want her antics. They don't want her gaslighting, her lying. Over 100,000 people. That's huge. That's huge. And what is she doing in this community? Separating it, gaslighting, lying, disrespecting. She put the residents out of their chambers. Don't Illinois, the residents show up and fill every seat and out into the hallway and outside the building. They show up because they're saying, you're not taking this from us. And my thing is, what is the difference from Illinois to Michigan? And I was talking to, and leave this up, Producer Jay, while I'm talking with you, please. So I want people to say, see, over 100,000 people said, we're not voting for her. And she was the incumbent. And so my issue was, what's the difference between Flint and Dolton? And what is the difference? You know, Chicago, you know, you have a Black stronger tie there longer than it was in Michigan. Michigan came a little later because you had the Underground Railroad. And so these people there, they like you. You're not doing this. You're not going to come here and run this Tiffany here and run this crazy. You're not going to come here and do this to our city. And so you got the people speaking out. They show up. Like I said, we're going to have a 3-part series that we're working on. A 3-part series. Goodson said they keep saying Mays was the problem. Now they want to come after the next part from you, Burns. Keep standing for what is right, Miss Burns. God will bless you and prosper you. Be encouraged. Thank you for that. I'm gonna keep it. Thank you for that. And I appreciate everybody on here, y'all. I want you to know, because I want the truth to be out there. Because we know every meeting she lies. 100,386 people didn't want her. Did not want her. Did not like the stuff she doing here. They said she did there. And they got rid of her. They got rid of her. She's toxic to this council. We had 8 votes. We were getting stuff done. She got into her head, into her feelings. She's crazy. She got into all this garbage. 100,000 people said, take that mess and go someplace. We have no place for you in our government. They were done with her. As we have business coming here, the problem lies right there with her. You saw the 7 of us doing the business. She was the problem. She's toxic. And when it came time for Judy and Leon to tell her she was wrong by voting, they took the cowardly way out and got up and left their seats. Not once, I think twice. They left their seat. You got to stand up. They're scared of her. They did not want to vote against her. She was dead wrong. Dead wrong. Our meeting was going fine. We were getting business done. Everybody might not have agreed. We did, but It was the business. We didn't even talk early at the court. We didn't even speak. It wasn't no greeting. Hello, how are you? How was it? None of that. We sat in them seats, y'all. Guess what? It was the business. Hadn't talked. They sat on one side of the court. We didn't sit on the other. We said nothing for 2 days to each other. Zero zilch. We got in them seats. It was the business of the city. It was the resident. Don't let anybody tell you else anything different. We did not speak. It ain't personal. We have a responsibility to take care of the business. But when they get up out them seats because they don't want to tell her she wrong, they're taking the cowardly way out. Maryland showed they did not want her, and they had a good reason why. Over 100,000 people said they didn't want her, her mess, her divisive ways. They did not want her, and she leads it. She's vindictive. She's vindictive. All the way to the end of our end, the very end, y'all. And she cut up. And when they looking at that, the bad rap coming from her, she can't say it's Maze. She cutting up. She talk over you. She yell. She call your names. She called me a bitch. Candace called names too. Candace, you're not getting out of this yet. You call people names too. I guess it was her personal thing she was doing. Called me a hood rat. They called me a B. So, Candace told Jerry she's gonna teach her how to be a lady. I mean, just stop. They're never apologetic. But when you come back at them, they play the victim. That passive aggressive behavior gets on my nerves. I'm not letting you slide. I'm not pretending like it's going to exist, because let me tell you why. I have seen some of these lies. Some of these people believe it. Some of these people believe they lies. And they can't never find on record then where you done told the truth. If you decide to just not say nothing, I choose what I respond to. I choose what I respond to. I have seen them tell lies so good they were so believable that, oh my God, that they was wrapped up in a pretty package and they looked convincing, and they were lies. They weren't true. I have learned to defend myself, and I'm going to, and I'm going to choose what I defend. I'm going to do that. That's who I am. And I'm not, look, only person going to change me is God. But you cannot let her, she just run all over everybody. And when we're trying to show this economic development, if we want Flint to be a greater and better Flint again, we have got these projects coming in. We have to stop being a dysfunctional council. She does not know how to chair a meeting without fighting everybody. I never had them problems chairing any meetings. My meetings went smooth. We took care of the business, and it was that. Jerry, same thing, chairing the meeting. And you have to know how to chair a meeting. She does not. She she go after the people, yell over them, and don't know the rules. She's a very manipulating person, very manipulative. Mark Hutchinson, remember Liddell's so good at lying, she got the pastors to stand behind her and lie about it. Listen, and then has some crocodile tears. Some crocodile tears. Sure did. Sure did. She is a professional liar. So why is she toxic? Okay, let's go on to some of the things. Why is she toxic? Can we put up the Ashley Capital check? We're going to tell a little story here. And she can get mad at me. And she stay mad. But look, I need her to click, like, share, subscribe, and donate to Producer J, $ Producer J. She can donate. Cash App. Or if you're watching, girl, go on, click like, share, and hit that notification bell. I don't want you to miss a Tanya Burns show, because you're the problem on the council. Our meeting went fine. You cannot get along with her. And her colleagues she gets along with do not want to engage with her. Listen, he done put the Cash App up. Anybody would like to donate to the Tanya Burns show, you can donate. Cash App, $ Producer J 87. Producer J 87. Any donations do not go to me. They go to Producer J to make sure we can fund these. I don't want nobody saying I do marathon shows and I can't pay my people. We ain't gonna do that. I've always told y'all, no matter where I'm doing my show, I don't keep the money. Now, I usually hear that Cash App going ding, 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 ding. Let's make it ding for Producer J, because this is a lot of work. Y'all heard, look, we up at 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking that we are I know we was on live trying to work some kinks out and make sure we're interfacing things together. But look, he up doing it, making sure we can bring you the truth, because this is what we have got to do. We're no different than Dalton. I wish Dalton had somebody doing a weekly show like this so they could show what's going on. But what we need from Dalton needs a person doing the show, and we need the residents to support us in them council chambers week after week after week after week. And then you will hear those residents, they be like, I'm not tired. And producer, like, maybe we could, I don't know if it'd be a copyright, but look, I'm gonna have to take a trip to Dalton. That would be a good
What's
show.
on your mind?
Huh?
So what's on your mind?
So if we do like a show and play, because that one piece I gave us less than an hour to do that one. I don't know if we could play it like as a rerun. Would it be a copyright or
which one?
The one I sent last night.
I'll have to look into it. I don't really remember.
Okay.
I don't think it was last night. I think it was this morning.
This more. Okay. Well, whenever I send it. And I want to say this. We need the residents. And I get people say, well, we sit down there, there ain't nothing accomplished. Them people come in Dalton, they sit down there because they're gonna wait till something get accomplished. They're gonna wait till they remove them people. They are standing, they ground, they sticking with the people, they get up there, they speak, they don't leave. What they think in front is, okay, well, they'll come, they speak, nobody's gonna come back. We need y'all. Y'all want me to keep putting out, I'm getting 30 days out of my seat. We going to court. I'm begging attorneys. I can't afford, okay, $600 an hour, who having mercy on me, making sure they getting us out. We need wins. We need wins. We've gotten 2 wins. One win with me, making sure I got my seat. Judge Brian McKelbro. Terry won that one. We won it with this Wyoming media versus the Wyoming City Council. Perfect case for the violation of media. This is a city council. Perfect. And that's what our council looks like. And people are like, I'm tired. What it looks like in Dalton is packed, y'all. Dalton's, and the people be out in the hallway and outside the building. It's packed. This is, if you want Flint to change, we need y'all to help us change it. There's 4 of us literally fighting for y'all lives and ours, fighting for Flint. And we need the residents. We do. And I get tired, but you don't think we don't get tired? I don't know how much sleep I done had this week. Literally 2 hours, and I done got back up and came back. I sleep. And producer Jay be telling you can sleep when you're dead. Okay, producer Jay, I'm trying to live. So listen, why is she toxic? So let's talk about this. One, we're going to have economic development coming here, and it's going to be here. The $55 billion project with the chip company that in Monday Township will affect Flint too, because Flint already has an existing infrastructure. So don't y'all think they're building these schools and this infrastructure, connecting all these fiber optics and doing all this for just us. Sign up for the HOPE program. You have until November. I tell y'all December, y'all be trying to wait to December 31st when the offices be closed. You have until November. Look, sign up for that HOPE program. Get the help that you need. If you need help with your taxes, with that poverty level, go to the city of Flint, city tax assessors, the HOPE program, because the businesses are coming. Gentrification is coming. I want you to be safe. Don't say I didn't tell you, because if I got it, I'm sharing it with y'all. So Ashley Capital came, and me and Mark Quimby are on a good page. He came. He was, we had council people took advantage of their seat. $11,000 lawnmower, in which was stated that it was in his possession. Dale Lewis got a $1,500 check for Cyrus Park, and at this time for Cyrus Park, when she took this check, she was the president and the director. She was the president and director, and may have been the treasurer of Cyrus Park. Look at the date on this check. You can coincide with her. She didn't change until 2023, September. She changed and put that other person on, who wanted to give me a history lesson that needs to be learned in the history of Madam C.J. Walker and the hot comb and hair product. So 2022, she was the president and director. She originated Sarvis Park. She was the incorporator of Sarvis Park. She was, now people doing their research on her. As you know, she done made some people mad. She has made some people upset. And those people send me stuff all the time. Because she made a lot of people mad. And she would be surprised, some of the people who don't like her, who don't believe and don't like the way she governed. Here's her certificate. You know, I don't have time for all of this. They do the work. They're tired of her disrespecting them and her antics and her toxic behavior. So she was incorporated August the 2nd, 2021. That check was 2022. So can you put up it was October 24th, 2022. Can you put up the time where we voted? It's the resolution for Ashley Capital for $3.25 million. And then she gave a $72 million tax abatement. Those are resolutions and those should be up. So at this time, she should have, because now remember, so this is the $72.5 million tax abatement. And this was June 2nd, 2023. And so, y'all, she was still the director and she was still the president of Sarvis Park. She wasn't supposed to take money for her nonprofit for them and not report it. She was the president. She should have recused her vote, like she refused it for the food market, and she did not. She voted to give Ashley Capital a $72.5 million tax abatement. $72.5 million tax abatement. In addition to that, let's put up the other one. There was a resolution. She voted to give them $3.25 million of our ARPA funds. She voted. She should have recused herself from that. We didn't know at this time that people had taken money. And I will say, Councilman Mays did take money, donation, and I told him he shouldn't have did that, but he reported his. His was reported on his campaign finance. Hers has never been reported. I don't think any of them who took money from Ashley Capital have reported it. And so, nope, that one's not it. It's another one. It may not look like a regular, and I may have to send that one back. It may look like just a city form, and it should have been near like that other one, because she voted to give $3.25 million to them, and she was still the president and the director and something else at that time. And so, so she gave a 72.5 tax abatement. She voted in the affirmative, which means she voted yes. She also voted to give, I think this is it.
Is that one it?
Oh, boom. Yes. Redevelopment of Buick City. She also voted to give, and you see down at the bottom in the red, benefits of the redevelopment. The city of Flint, a $3.25 million investment. That was our buy-in. The state of Michigan bought in, Genesee County did, and Mott bought into this also for this redevelopment. She voted yes to give them $3.25 million. That is a conflict of interest. It is. Now she will say, well, I'm not on she'll say with the ones with the 50. Now let's put up the 50. Now this is, she voted to give them $3.25 million. And when she did this, she had received that check from 1,500 for Sarvis Park. She was the president and she was the director and some other ones. So let's go on to thank you. Then she went to vote to give herself $50,000. Her ethics, she's unethical. She voted to give her nonprofit $50,000. That was in February. It was adopted. Now she had changed that she wasn't the president or the director. She changed and put her friend on, but she's still on the bank account. You still have an interest. You're still affiliated. You're on the bank account. The bank account will show your withdrawals. It'll show your deposits. It'll show who did it. You're on the bank account. Only way she's not going to be a part of Cyrus Park is to dissolve it. She's got to dissolve it. She didn't dissolve it, not at all. So she voted yes to give her own nonprofit, and Judy isn't enabled because Judy's like, well, she has a fiduciary before it went to Cyrus Park. Judy, stop with the antics. Stop enabling her. You know that's ethically wrong. You know it's unethical. Then she turned around to give 25,000, 50,000 wasn't enough. She voted to give another. She had 25,000. She gave that April 17, 2000 is presented. She voted to give her organization the 25,000. She did not recuse herself. Her ethics is definitely brought into question, and I'm putting them before you. Putting them before you. These are her number. Well, she technically, and she's not doing it. Judy is very, yeah, you keep protecting your friend. Your friend should have recused herself. She is still, her name is on that bank account. You tell me how she's not affiliated with it when her name is on the bank account. I'll wait. She's on the bank account. So she voted to give $3.25 million Ashley Capital. She voted to give Ashley Capital a $72.5 million tax abatement. Then let's put up the one where we did not know her 501c was revoked, and she was voting to give herself money. She voted to give herself that $25,000 and that $50,000. Can we put, I think it's an 810 Flint one? I didn't know that. Listen, folks just said 810 Flint be busy. So on October 17th, 810 Flint posted Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association had its 501c3 revoked by the IRS after failing to file an annual return for 3 consecutive years. The IRA has officially stripped the SPNA, Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association, of its federal tax exemption. I think she may have corrected this now, but for 3 years she did not. By then, she had voted to give Cyrus Park $25,000 and another $50,000. So the city's due diligence should have made sure that she was in good standing. She was not in good standing. 810 Flint posted Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association status was revoked. I didn't know it, but this was true. She had voted to give herself $25,000 and $50,000 and knew her 501c3 status had been revoked. It had been revoked. And she voted to give $75,000 to the nonprofit she incorporated and she originated. Thank you, 810 Flint. Y'all be busy and y'all be on it, and you own it. So they have put up the documents, and they have. I am not, and 810 Flint is not 810 News Media Group. 810 Flint is ran by someone, I don't even think they hear. I've never met this person at all. Never. But they put up stuff and the amount of work that they do. So she voted to give $75,000 to her 501c status, knowing that in 3 years she had not filed any annual returns, and she had $75,000 of ARPA funds. ARPA. Residents really have not. Oh, this is the part where it says the third ward councilman cuts grass at Dewey, or they said that the lawnmower was in his possession. This is some more. He voted on it too. He should have recused himself. So let's move on past that one. So with Liddell's, she knew that her status had been revoked. She knew it. And so $75,000, and pretend like she's not affiliated. You on that bank account, you affiliated. You changed that, but you hadn't changed it before you voted on all this stuff. That's $72.5 million tax abatement. That $3.25 million ARPA funds. You hadn't changed all of that. So when we look at why, they voted her, over 100,000 people voted her out, this is why in Maryland. This is exactly why. So let's play the one, because we're going to play the video. Remember, Liddell said 810 Flint was sending her threatening emails. Yeah, she lies so much. So she lies so much. So producer Jay, the one where it says Liddell lies again. Can we play that video?
I can, but I want you to address that right there on that comment that's on the screen, because that's very true.
I hadn't seen this one. So Sheena B, it appears that outsiders want the best for Flint just as much as residents. I don't understand why we all have to be vilified. Sheena, I agree with you. And it is a few people who will vilify you, and it should not be done, because I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone on here, because when we talk about the March on Washington with Dr. King, and when the Black community got together for civil rights, it was people came from everywhere. They took buses, they took cars, they took trains, they took planes. And the community, the U.S. has got to come together. Flint is not unique. Look at Dalton, Illinois. This stuff can happen anywhere. Anywhere you get someone who decides to abuse their position and their power, it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem. And this is where this comes from. And so we have got to come together. I appreciate the help, and I appreciate you, producer Jay. I've told my story that sometimes when it's time for you to move on, God don't, the plan was already worked out, because I hadn't had your girl was going to take a break. And you called me or inboxed me like 2:00 in the morning. I inboxed you back, and you said share it on your page. You had already set up the YouTube. Boom, I had a producer. Someone had sent me 6 songs. I had intro music. Sheena B did me some fly. And I met none of y'all. None of y'all live here. And everybody, they went to work. And it was the community from everywhere helping. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all, because we got to do this. The same thing, look at them. But now we need the residents to get involved. We need the residents. We need I can't say this enough. And that's what I want to show with the difference as I'm watching with Dalton. The residents said, if I got to come every day, I got to come on a walk, I got to come with a cane, I'm going to come. And I get people like, oh, it's too long. But how long, we look at the many issues we fought for. We done got so comfortable with things that we don't even fight for nothing. And like I tell people, understand what my fight is for. Don't try to make me be a docile person. Understand what I'm fighting for. Understand that I want to make sure our water line service lines are complete. I want to make sure that our infrastructure is getting fixed. I want to make sure, and I'm going to make sure that if we got money and food access, I'm gonna feed the community, because that's what I'm not gonna let them start. I'm gonna feed the community. I'm gonna make sure that my use of funds of public dollars are gonna go to the best way. I'm not gonna pay for one grass cut. We're gonna cut grass throughout the years. I'm gonna give you the tools to cut the grass. So when we talk about, understand what my fight is for, so that when money comes here, that we are somehow getting it to the people. I'm not going to lay down, let them run over me. I'm not going to do that. I'm too old to start something I never did before. I'm going to keep fighting for the people. I'm going to encourage them to fight for themselves. And it ain't fun sending them seats. Our seats are not ergonomically correct, y'all. And my legs are short. My feet sometimes be dangling. And it's not easy, but I'm not giving up. And I don't want the people to give up. I want to inspire the people, not just out of town, but in my community. And so when we look at people like, oh, all they do is argue and not get work done. No, we get the work done. What I'm not doing is going to break the charter for anybody. I'm not violating Open Meetings Act for nobody. I'm not doing it. So let's take a pause for the calls. Can you put up the pink one? Look, y'all, producer Jay is on here. We on here 3 hours. And so we're going to, producer Jay, can you put up the pause for the calls? If you can donate to producer Jay, Cash App, $. There, y'all know my color is pink. If you can donate kindly, the donations are kindly accepted. $ producer J87. I couldn't do this without him, because it is a lot of work. I make sure that my content is factual. I'm putting it up. I'm reading it. We're reading it together. We are in this together, in it together. And everybody, and look, I'm not for everybody. Everybody ain't for me. Everybody ain't gonna like how I move. Everybody ain't gonna like what I do, and that's just the way it is. And when people say, oh, but they don't like her, guess what? I'm not for everybody because I'm for the truth, okay? I'm for the people, period. So I'm okay with people not liking me because those are the ones that, you know what? I ain't gonna sit down and have a cocktail or a meal with them anyways. So it don't matter. I'm gonna keep doing what I find to be right and correct in my heart, what I can live with, because at night I can go to sleep knowing I did everything I could for my community. Every single night, I can do that. That whatever is available, that I did not give up, and I'm not giving up. I'm gonna press on. So, I want to so listen. Donations are kindly accepted. Cash App $ producer J87, producer J87, and so that does not go to me, y'all. They ain't gonna catch me up. And I had somebody call me, and I ain't gonna call his name. He texted me first, and then he was like, well, I need to call you. And I said, okay, but I was on another call at the time. And so we ended up talking hour and a half, I don't know. And he was like, well, people been saying that you taking money. Because I was like, hell, I sent her money and she sent it back to me because you ain't gonna get me caught up. So, I just, and I want to say, and this person don't even they live in Texas. They live in Texas. And so listen, I want people to understand we need everybody. And there's no limit. Just like Dalton, them people, they need everybody. They need everybody. I appreciate your help and I need your help. And then also, if you could kindly donate to producer J $ producer J87. Okay. So in between the videos, we'll pop that back up, producer. But if we can go on to the yellow Liddell Lewis. Now these are 810 Flynn's. I think the time Liddell Lewis lies again. So there's a.
Yeah, and I want to say too before we go to that, and I got that one ready, but these videos are important. And I know we've been on 2 hours and 47 minutes, but I think we need to finish these videos because I think it leads up to comparing Dalton to Flint. And I told you this morning, I thought, dealing with the same thing, corruption on, from the council president here and then corruption in Dalton. So, I think this kind of gives us a lead into the 3-part series that we're going to be doing.
Absolutely, it does. And y'all, we on so long, and it's producer J for.
There you go.
I was gonna get you with that.
Listen,
y'all, we on so long.
So let's give these the watchers and listeners some background. So ever since I became the producer of the Tanya Burns Show, I get blamed for everything. It doesn't matter. She tells me this stuff. Somebody will call her about something, and it's producer Jay's fault.
Everything. Everything. But I always say producer Jay is the guy, and I thank you. I could not do this without you. I've never met you. We've always had a good rapport, and I love you for that because it is hard. You have to have a good chemistry when you're working with somebody in a work ethic. And it's funny because when he was on with Steve, he was like, we can't call her that 3-4 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, we can. She's up. And he was like, what are you doing? I said, I'm putting on my face cream. Y'all look, they tell me that regenerous. I'm trying to stop any look, black don't crack. I'm trying to keep from cracking. So I was putting on, they was like, oh, get the regenerous. I was using my grandmama also oil of Olay. I always have worn a moisturizer. But I started trying to use I guess in the last 2 weeks that they had it on sale at the drugstore. Buy one, get one 50% off. And I'm gonna tell you, I was like, they want $29.99 for some face cream. I was using like $15.99. Wasn't going over that, because it ain't. You can get Clinique and other products and other moisturizers. That wasn't working any better than the others. I don't have, my skin. You gotta know your skin type. And so I was putting on it's in a little red jar. L'Oreal Regenerist, supposed to make your skin look soft and supple. I don't know how I've been so tired. I don't know if it's soft or supple. I don't know that yet. And so he's like, what you doing? I said, put on some face cream, put on my nightly moisturizer. He's like, okay, well, I need you to go do this. Da, 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 da. Now, this was probably 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, because I had worked on some other. We had worked on, no, I hadn't talked to you yet, but you had been working on it. And so it is a lot of work that goes into it. Look, I'm telling all my little business, but y'all look, they did have a buy one, get the other one half off. Because I'm like, this is this little bar was 20, little bitty jar, $29.99. And I was using it. And so I don't know if my skin has changed or not. I'm very comfortable without makeup or with makeup. I don't care. You get what you get. And if they search through my timeline, you will see your girl with a headscarf on my timeline. They will find your worst picture and put up there, which I don't care. You get what you get. Look, because I love me some Tanya, okay? No matter what I look like, headscarf, no headscarf, no matter what size I am, I have always loved me, okay? That ain't gonna change, period. And you get what you get with me. So only thing I tell people, I promise people, I'm gonna be clean and I'm gonna smell expensive. That's it. Now, everything else, hey, but I'm gonna be clean and I'm gonna smell expensive. Okay, so Producer Jay, that's your fault while we running behind. But anyway, so I appreciate you, Producer Jay. I could not do this without you. It is a lot of tedious work. The time that you put in are hours every day, making sure you are a perfectionist. You like to make sure things work. You and Steve, you spend a lot of work interfacing and getting this set up. And there's a lot of work that you put in. And I couldn't do this without you. And I do this because I love the people. I want people to get involved. I want people to say, I worked in my community to change it, because you own it. And that God has sent me good people around me. And I'm thankful. I'm thankful for Pastor Jordan with the music. I'm thankful for Sheena. I'm thankful for you, Producer Jay. I'm thankful for Steve and everybody else, because people have been so generous in what they're doing. And this, it needs to be contagious, that it just grows, because communities are affected. And the easiest thing to do is to give up. The hardest thing to do is to fight, and people judge you, people lie on you, and people drag you down. People will judge you, lie on you, and drag you down while they haven't done a damn thing in their community. Nothing. Producer Jay.
No, and definitely the shouts goes out to the moderators that's in the chat now.
So look, and I'm gonna tell you something. I do not know what Producer Jay be doing. Let me just say that. Okay. Producer Jay produces. That's what he do. Producers produce. And then he tell me about it after. I'm like, okay, I'm good with that. And he's really good at gauging like how I feel about something. He's really, and that's hard to do. That is really hard to do. But put up who our moderators are, because I didn't know he did moderators. I will. Patrick G. You know, Patrick G be cutting up though. We might have to talk about that one. No. Patrick might have to talk about that one. No, Patrick G. And I told you his story. I met him over in TikTok with Jewel Karen, and he has been around. I appreciate you, Patrick. Who was Sheena? Sheena, no, I love. Sheena was writing literally dissertations, and I was like, oh, she is a good writer. And I love, because I'm a reader. And so I appreciate she is a wordsmith. She is a wordsmith. And Jessica is a wordsmith. And I love, especially when we have Black women who can light you up with your words. And I will always say it's easier just to cuss somebody out as opposed to using your words. Your vocabulary, you can say something in a sentence with some swear words that take you one sentence, that it'll take you 2 paragraphs writing. These women are prolific writers, and I love the way they write. So Sheena B, thank you. I appreciate what all you do. Who else? Are those the only 2 moderators?
Yep, just 2.
Okay. And I know them, they've been around. And so I appreciate that, because in that show, when you were streaming it live, it was some folks in there cutting up. We know them was the trolls. Look, but we need them to click like, share, and subscribe too. So I want to say thank you to everyone, those who not only support, but for those who participate in the process, because we may have to take this on the road at some point. And then also, it's not just our community. So getting off of that, but Producer Jay, you that guy. You the man, you the man, you the man, you the man, you the man. So let's go on to number 1. So we're coming off from why she's toxic and toxic to this community. And toxic really kind of like Tiffany Henyard to me. She really is. So very divisive. Okay, so let's go on to that first video. Let's do it. You ready?
Madam Chair.
No. It's my turn.
Oh.
It's all right. So just want to talk about this Office of the Ombudsman. It was a limited amount of us here the day that we had the budget hearing. And when we had our hearing, a few things came to light. One thing that we need to realize is if our ombudsman is going to get paid as the same as a city clerk, we need to make sure that the office is functioning as it's supposed to within this capacity. It's certain things that you can do, and a few things are as listed. We're talking about the Flint City charter, and let me go ahead and just pull up the piece. It was asked by the ombudsman because we have never received a report. We have not. And so the Human Relations Commission, that's something that we've been waiting on. And so now it's I think they're about to have their first meeting this month because the council people finally put the people in line.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Did you know that the report for the ombudsman is to go to the Ethics and Accountability Board? Her report goes to them.
I do, thank you. And so what we also know is that she didn't even know that she had to do one. And as we wave our hands, that's fine, just come to the meetings. When we were here, she admitted that she never did it. Out of all of her time here.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Per the Flint City Charter, she's not required, at that meeting, Madam Chair, you asked if she had given it to council. You misstated yourself. Her report has to go to the Ethics and Accountability Board. She did not say she did not give it to the Ethics and Accountability Board. Big difference. You're doing a play on words.
Okay, well,
Madam Chair.
no, I'm doing attending a meeting. And when I attended the meeting, she did not know. She did not know that she had to do these duties. She was asked up front, are you familiar with your job duties? Then we began to ask and go through charter. We began to go through charter and we began to ask those things about having the report. And she responded no. And then she was responding, okay, so how am I supposed to do this? When you're getting paid almost $100,000 from this office, we need to make sure that we're getting what we need to from this office. According to the charter, section 3504, the powers of the Ethics and Accountability Board, section D says, prepare an annual report for submission to the mayor and city council. Consistent with state law, Ethics and Accountability Board may recommend improvements in the standards of conduct to ensure the ethical behavior of city elected officials, appointees, employees, or in the organization of procedures related to the administration and enforcement of those standards. So with that being read, so my question is, where's the report?
From the board, I'm sorry, Madam President, from the board or for the ombudsperson?
From the ombudsman person.
I wasn't aware that I was supposed to do it today or just at any time. I know there is a report to be done, but I was supposed to have it with me today.
We haven't received any since we've been on council.
Okay, that's not a problem. I'll make sure you get it. So do I come to the council meeting? Do I submit it? How do I submit it? I come to present it to the council?
You can email it.
You can email it to Davina.
Okay, okay.
So is this the first time that you're hearing this?
Yes. I thought I had to present to the board, to the EAB board, but I didn't.
It's in the charter.
It's in the charter to present to the cap. Oh, I just saw the word EAB. I didn't see ombudsperson.
And I'll admit that as well. That
Y'all, look, they didn't like the ombudsperson. She knew dang on well they misquoting the charter. You present it to the E&E board is supposed to work with the ombudsman. That's the job. That's the that's the balance. And she didn't have to give us the report. It's not her responsibility to give the report to the city council. It's a report to them. Liddell just sit there and lie. All she do is lie and gaslight, deceive this community. And why we look bad to the public is because of Liddell. We look bad to the public because of Liddell. Here it is. Now we don't even. That was the ombudsman, y'all, and they didn't did so much. They didn't fired her, brought her back as a secretary. They didn't did her so dirty, so dirty. Liddell Lewis was so busy pocket watching this woman's money. She was pocket watching her money that she couldn't focus. How much money? And if you're making this much money, I want to make sure you're doing this. And then she was breathing hard and like what is she doing? Stay off that woman's money. That woman, whatever she would let her do her job, she couldn't do her job because of them. I mean, it's just terrible. And then she was all, you didn't know you were supposed to bring it to no, because it states the EAB board. The EAB board is not the city council. Comprehend what you're reading. Okay. Let's see. She is why she make us look bad. It's Liddell Lewis that makes this council look bad. And they need to stop enabling her. They need to stop enabling her. Let's go on to the next video. I don't even think it has to be a sequence now.
Anybody else want to speak in this public hearing? Anybody else want to speak in this public hearing? This public hearing is closed.
Anyone else for this public hearing? Seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. So now. So now we're moving on to public hearing 240192.6.
I was grabbing the ordinance. I didn't see the ordinance back there. I had to find the ordinance.
So now we move on to 240192.6.
I said, hold on.
And this is a public hearing for ordinance number 240192, an ordinance to amend chapter 46
Point
utilities.
of order.
What is your point?
Back there to get the ordinance.
Madam Chair, he was getting the ordinance. You didn't hear him say, I want to speak? You didn't hear him?
No.
I did not.
He said
No.
he wanted to speak.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Wilson, please utilize your time during public
Chair,
comments.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Usually, you say
3 times.
public hearing. Does anyone want to speak? 1 time. Then does anyone want to speak? 2nd time. And then you close it. You didn't do that. Allow people to get up.
Thank you,
Ms.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. I did exactly that. So as we will go on, we're on to public hearing. Anyone else for this public hearing? Seeing none, this public hearing is now closed.
Y'all saw it. She lied. She closed that public hearing because she didn't want, and it shouldn't have been enacted because we didn't follow the process right per the charter. We did not. The public was not heard. We submitted to the E&B board. Now, Joe King, why didn't y'all have a problem with that? Okay. She didn't want to hear the public, so she was done. That's why 100,000 people in Maryland voted her out. 100,000 people voted out. She didn't want to hear the public, so she shut it down. That's what she shuts it down. She shuts it down. Okay, well, Maryland got rid of her. 100,000 people said, we don't want her. And she was then coming in. Public hearings were required to hear the public. The public clearly wanted to speak. They was up there lining up. She is just she breaks the rules. She gaslights this community. She's divisive in this community. And she's a problem. She's toxic. And because they won't speak up to her, they have become her enablers. They are her enablers. We look bad because of her, and they enable her. And they take on the characteristics of her because she's toxic. So they become toxic because she's toxic. Toxic leadership spreads into toxic people. Y'all, we fighting for our lives. The four of us, the ethical four, y'all really don't get it. You're tired, you're judged, you're dragged, you lied on, you're misquoted, your intentions are misconstrued. And that is why I do this show, because I get to say my piece and show y'all. Because she'll get up there and lie. That's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. No, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. And nobody knew we were getting them awards. We did not know. Did not. Okay, let's go on to the next one. You do the sequence, Producer Jay, because you do what you want to do anyways.
As we talk about, sir, put the sign down. You're blocking the view. You're Sir, that's your warning. Put the sign down. You're obstructing the view.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
There is no rule stating you're blocking view with the sign. We have no rule in the chart. Hold on. I'm on my point of order.
Go proceed.
Thank you. There is no council rule or charter rule, and according to the Open Meetings Act, you can hold a sign. It does not say where you.
Ms. Burns, could you please show me in the Open Meetings Act where it says you can hold a sign?
That's the right to protest.
Okay.
It's the right to a sign is a right to protest.
Ms. Burns, nice try. So what we won't have happening is anyway.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I was looking at rules regarding signs, and I've only found it in Detroit's council rules where it said that they can hold signs, but they can't obstruct view. That is, it is not in our rules. So until it is in our rules,
Well, that's fine, but again, the chair ordered the sign to be put down or be off to the side where you're not obstructing the view of others.
Point of order.
What is your point?
The chair can only enforce if there is a rule. The chair cannot make up a rule. The chair has to go by the rules that we already have in place. You cannot enact a rule that has not went through the process of public hearing and anything else. You're making up a rule, Madam Chair.
I'm not making up a rule. Again. These chambers are a place for all colleagues, okay? And for as well as all residents.
Request for information.
He moved the sign.
Request for information.
What is your request?
What time are we on now?
Pardon?
Where are we? What time are we on?
What time are we on?
Yeah, the clock isn't moving. You're having, you're making a dissertation. Where are we?
Well, I was in the process of being about to speak, and then Councilman Burns said a point of order. Yeah, but I gave the gentleman who was holding up the sign and obstructing the view, I gave him a warning, and then Ms. Burns, I believe. Yeah, I'm about to be back to my time right now. All right, appreciate it. It is very unfortunate to hear individuals in this chambers clap for youth jobs not getting passed. It is very unfortunate to hear. Absolutely. Now, when we hear parents come here saying that their child, family is a victim, Mr. Wilson, that's your warning. Stop yelling out. And ma'am, have a seat. And see, this is what happens when we try to do good government. We have a gentleman clapping. We calling the chair names. Then we have people
Request for
obstructing with
information.
signs. What is your point?
How is this germane to the topic?
It's very germane, and I will tell you how it's germane. Because in these chambers, it looks like we're not standing on business, we're standing on chaos. That's why it's germane. It's germane because we have...
Point of information, request for information.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, are you aware that you're the one that's causing the chaos?
Well, we can say what we may, but I will continue to work for the people and stand on what's right. And what I won't do, I won't vote against youth jobs. See, when we were passing money for St. Mark, the pastor wasn't here clapping against that. When we were here, when we passed money for the 5th Ward and the 6th Ward, they're not voting against that. But people are using their elected positions for political retribution, and they are forgetting about the people that they're serving. So if my colleagues feel okay, and if these people in here feel okay with voting against youth jobs because of whatever personal malicious vendetta that they may have, what is your point of order?
First of all, Madam Chair, we haven't voted against it yet.
What rule has been broken?
Well, you're speaking to the motives of us voting. We have not voted.
Ms. Burns, Ms. Burns, no one's speaking to your motive.
43.21.
Ms. Burns, as I proceed, we're going to let their vote show if they stand with youth jobs. So I don't have to speak to anyone's motives. We're going to speak to what's going on. But when we have young people dying in the street, families that need extra money brought into the house, when we're talking about youth and their skills, when we don't come here talking about it, when we won't use our power to do something about it.
Okay, y'all. Her aggressive tone, again, 100,000 people voted her out of Maryland. She is divisive. She's toxic. First of all, and let me correct myself, I did open meetings. It's the First Amendment right to protest. She was still wrong. I don't care how she was wrong. You have the right to protest. She made up some little rule before that you got to be stationary. She just make up stuff. Can't clap. Lady was just doing this, wasn't even talking. She got threw out. The 200,000, we were not voting against youth jobs, and I want that to be clear. What we were concerned about was the lady that the 200,000 went for was the campaign manager for State Rep Cynthia Neely. That is a fact. I worked with her. She was the campaign manager, and then the city was giving her organization 200,000 for youth jobs. That is a fact. That was my reason. Jonathan had a different reason. Dennis had a different reason. And then she told Jerry she campaigned with her father, and Jerry told her, well, if you and worked on her campaign. Jerry said she didn't work on her campaign, and she couldn't recall her working on her campaign, but because she had worked on her campaign, according to her, that Jerry Winfrey Carter said, then it's a conflict of interest. I can't vote for your project. We all have different reasons, because why we do our research, we're being transparent. That was no one's voting against the youth, but she always tries to steer a negative, lying narrative. She keeps lying. I'm not going to vote. I wasn't going to vote for her because she told a lie when I asked her, you were the campaign manager. Are you still working? And she said, I was never the campaign manager. But Cynthia, that was a lie. Straight up lie. Straight up lie. So let's go on to the next video. Oh, before we do that one, let me say this. It is not a child's responsibility to take care of the adults. For her to make that ridiculous statement, bringing in extra income to the house, what is child labor? It is the parents' responsibility. Like, they got a responsibility to pay the consumer's bill, the water bill, the light bill, the insurance bill. It is a child's job to be a child, okay? and to grow up in a loving, nurturing environment and community with support from their peers, okay, and the adults. That is the child's responsibility. To be a child, not being the breadwinner. It is not a child's responsibility to be the breadwinner. So when you listen to her, you now see why Maryland, 100,000 people said, she's toxic, she's got to go. Okay, let's go on to the next one, Producer Jay. Because she's the problem with city council. And I'm not making this up. Y'all watching this. And we can go on every meeting, she's this way. Every single meeting. Councilman Mays has been deceased, may he rest in heaven, was not the problem. Right now, Liddell Lewis, before he passed away, Liddell Lewis, when she first told me that lie, and I said it to y'all, I said it from my seat, I asked her, when she went to try to lie, she lied on Councilman Mays, and she said, because I was getting ready to go at him. Y'all know how I feel about people. I have said, I don't play with my girlfriends, my sisters, my friends, or anybody. I don't call women that I know bees, because if someone else calls you that don't know you, then those are fighting with. I don't do it. And I don't like my friends to do it. I don't do it. I can use another word. I want to empower you, uplift you. That's not empowering for me. And I don't change that. And I think my son out there shoveling the snow, y'all. I hear him. So I don't change that. And so for me, it is important that we empower. I don't use those words. Women that I know, our vocabulary is much more extensive than that. And I don't use that word. I just don't. But these kids have a responsibility to be children. We had over 10 children shot in 2024. I'm trying to figure out where kids missing from. Some of them were not true. The child, we had problems with parents. Drugs are a problem in our communities, have been since the late 60s. The drugs have been a problem. And I reached out to Chief Green. And, he did that interview. And I'm on it. Ain't no sleep for everybody. By the end of my day, I did all I could for that day. And I'll wake up the next day and do what I didn't finish for the next day. And so for her to say that, no one was going against youth jobs. I think Jonathan Jarrett's his question was in regards to, will this money stay for Flint kids? How do you do that? I think that was the same as Genesis. And I told you Jerry's. And I told you what mine was. When you sit up and clearly, she told a lie to my face and said she was not the campaign manager. She didn't work on the campaign. You did. Stop that. You had the campaign fundraiser. So let's go on to the next one, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, so I just would like to announce that I will be leaving this meeting out of respect for our staff who's been here all day and they're here to get the business done. Clearly, we're at an impasse and colleagues are not willing to budge. So out of respect for the colleagues as well as for the individuals that are here to see the business done, I will be removing myself from this meeting. So maybe next meeting we can go on with the business of the city and move these monumental dollars.
Point of order.
What's your
Order, Madam Clerk. Let this be clear that the staff is normally to stay to 9 o'clock. It is currently 7:02 p.m. And First Ward, Second Ward, and Fourth Ward and Seventh Ward are breaking quorum, to whereas there is going to be unfinished business with the city. I am willing to stay here as long as it takes to pick a president and vice president. They are derelict in their duty. They are leaving their elected seats. They are bailing on the residents. They don't care. We are governed by the charter to pick a president and vice president on the second Tuesday of every November. They are breaking the council rules.
breaking the Flint City Charter. It is not the four who are still seated. Liddell Lewis, Leon L. Alameen, Judy Priestley is in her seat, and Candace Mouchette have broken quorum.
Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk, let's stay at ease until those colleagues come back.
Just one moment, Mr. Pfeiffer. To the audience, please, if you could, please, so that we can hear the council persons.
Madam Chair, we'd like to stay and stand at ease until they come back.
Okay. The council will stand at ease. It is 7:04 p.m. We are at ease with council persons still in the chambers. So 7:04, we are going to stand at ease.
Madam Clerk, can we state that we still have council members in the chambers? Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, Councilwoman Judy Priestley, Councilwoman Candace Mouchette are in the back corner, still inside of the council chambers. They are still here, not willing to do what the Flint City Charter dictates we shall do. They are derelict in their duty. They are not following their oath that they took to follow the charter.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Burns, as I stated, per the rules, council is at ease as long as they are still in the chambers. So you stand at ease at 7:05 p.m.
Madam Clerk, in respect for my colleagues and our staff, I am leaving this meeting.
9 o'clock for the staff. We received a memo that staff is to stay to 9 o'clock p.m. That is apparently not happening. And also we need to state that what happens is the next meeting with their rule 3.1, it defaults according to them with changing the charter, changing the council rules, that they have put themselves back in these same positions. This means that Liddell Lewis and Candace Mouchette and Judy Priestley will still maintain those positions by breaking quorum. It is a rule that is put in place to circumvent the city charter, and it is wrong and it is lawless. It is
Request for
lawless.
information. Request for information. Madam Clerk, are those positions vacated?
So there is a difference of opinion
Okay.
to how the rules are interpreted.
Tell me this. If I understand correctly, there's a difference in pay.
I'm sorry?
If I understand correctly, there is a difference in pay grade for the president and the vice president?
No, the president gets more than the other council members.
Has that been modified? Has that been modified?
No.
Why not?
Because there has not been an official election or vote. So in order for me to submit that to HR, you would have to choose a president.
Wow, Madam Clerk, wow.
Madam Clerk, point of order.
Go ahead.
We got no
Madam Clerk, first of all, this is wrong. And you need to start following the protocols. Our charter, our council rules should align with the charter. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna let you know, I'm gonna put it out there, and it's on the record. I will not be attending the special council meeting that is scheduled for tomorrow.
Madam Clerk.
I will not be attending.
Just so you don't have to call me when they say, call me when I'm not there tomorrow. I will not be there tomorrow if Liddell Lewis is chairing.
If Liddell Lewis is chairing that meeting, I will not attend that meeting.
And
because she's no longer the president.
We need to also state in our council rules, this is the first time our city council rules have not aligned with the Flint City Charter in 100 years. In 100 years, they have been able to circumvent and create a loophole to maintain and keep these positions and hold the city of Flint hostage. This is a problem. There will be a press conference tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. We need the public to show up. They broke quorum.
Oh, thank you, Producer Jay. And y'all, that is my son. My oldest son is showed up to shovel his mom's snow. So he's out there and he's knocking down the icicles. And anyways, I appreciate my kids, and he's salty. He's salty because my salt somehow got wet in the garage, and it's one big lump of bag of salt. So to my sons, I love y'all because you take care of your mama. And so listen, that whole everything, and to my 3 colleagues, Jonathan Jarrett, Dennis Fife, and JWC, as we stand together for what is right, y'all give us grace because it's not easy what we're doing. And my friends and colleagues are being attacked because they have done and doing what is right. And it is unfair, and it is unjust, and it is wrong. It is wrong. Speaking with my attorney Terry Johnson and attorney Tom Lambert, this is what I'm working on. They have did the legal opinion, but the law doesn't change overnight. And there's a process. And as I get it, I'm going to walk y'all through it with me. Do I like sitting in my seat knowing that they president and vice president? No, but not sitting there and going, we have to do it by the courts. It has to change that way. Our legal department has been awful. We do not get help from our legal department. Our city attorney is appointed by the mayor. Whoever our city attorney is going to always work and do what is in the best interest of the mayor as the mayor dictates to them. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's going to be. Only wins we have gotten is because we have went outside using an outside attorney. And that's the only way that we've been able to get any wins for the people. That's the only way. It's like, how do you work around? How do you fix it? Rule 3.1 states the council shall have a president and vice president chosen by a majority of the council members elect for a term which shall end the second Monday in November. And it's a period. They changed it, which made it effective. And I'm going to put it up here. It was adopted for 24. And then it states, it adds, or until a successor is elected. Until a successor is elected was added. The only way we can beat them is in court and with the people. It doesn't change. I'm not going to not feed the people in my community because they're lawless. I got to figure out how to beat them in court. And I know that I have to have an attorney to do that. We have to have attorneys to do it. There's no other way but to beat them in court. I've had to do it for myself. We had to do it for ourselves. They gave us a public defender, y'all. They got the shark of an attorney. We got the public defender. I kid y'all not. Kid y'all not. And I'm gonna say for Jonathan, Dennis, and Jerry, and Dennis really hanging in there and taking the lead and understanding that where we were at, we couldn't. We have to figure. They have us working backwards. Y'all see how these meetings go. You see how they go. They have with Rule 3.1. They have created a rule to circumvent the Flint City Charter by creating a loophole to keep their power and their position. And so people say, well, y'all should, no money should move. You can't say that. We still have, you know how many water projects we have, infrastructure, every single agenda item, every single one. I'm not going to hurt the residents because we serve technically the entire city. We have one vote, but our vote goes to the entire city. We got to beat them in the court system. And we're working on that. Be patient, stand with us, because that's what I don't need y'all fighting against us. I need y'all to support it because you further fragment our community. We need your support, not y'all voting against us. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know, it's the same thing that when they gave was it 2 weeks or 10 days that they've got to they have got to get signatures. You know, Beverly called me. I want Beverly. I said she got robbed. I was trying to explain something to her over the phone. It did not work, y'all. It did not work. She was like, "What you doing?" I said, "I'm at home right now." She said, "Okay, well, I'm coming over. You know, can you help me fill this out?" Absolutely, Bev, because I'm gonna have you because you out there putting your behind on the line for the residents. You not talking about it, you being about it. She was like, "Hey, well, she said, I'm gonna come over." I said, "Okay, well, coming over." I said, "You know, be careful, get up on my porch, girl. This is icy on that porch." And so she came over. I'm gonna help those who fighting for the community. I'm gonna do that. Now, all that little garbage that was said before, they needed to stop all of that because she has a very real election. It does not help to fragment this community. It does not. I'm not gonna take that out on Bev. I have a friendship with her, and Bev can really cook, y'all too. But anyways. So listen, like I said, Rule 3.1, they created a loophole to circumvent the Flint City Charter. It's almost similar to them circumventing that Open Meetings Act by putting us in separate rooms. Y'all see the little path? Okay, Producer Jay. This is why Liddell is toxic. This is why 100,000 people didn't want her. She creates this mess. She's been the head of the Flint City Council, and we've been swirling around in the toilet bowl underneath her leadership. Let's hit the next video.
Enlighten us on is how this money would be utilized. What is the funding actually going to be used for?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, the original resolution. So I'll say this: when this resolution was first passed, it was passed with, which was Resolution 240143. It is resolved section had an incorrect account number in it. We have spent some more time figuring out what is happening with the use, the alternative use of vacant lots. And at this time, I would request that you keep this in finance because they have not given me the information and I cannot answer you. So I would request more time because we followed up with them again and I think that they have a plan, but I need specifics. I want the lot, I want the specific use, I want everything, and that has not been provided. So that's the best I can do.
Okay.
So.
Then I guess I will yield the floor.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Tier 2. Hi, Emily.
Hi.
So you're waiting on specific information for it?
Yeah, I can. So, for example, the last time we talked about this resolution, the thought was that the lot that was the focused alternative lot for vacant lot for use was a specific land bank lot that they were going to have an agreement with about cleaning up so it could be used. We've dug into that more. A few things came up that they might actually want to look at a different land bank lot because the one that they were looking at, they uncovered some contamination. And so they are looking to pivot. And I said, great. I think that's a very good move, but without confirmation about which lot it is, I wouldn't, with good conscience, ask you to move. So they are hoping to have that all confirmed in the next week, and I can then provide you with that information.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to Ms. Doer, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Happy to be here.
So you say you have requested information and have not yet heard back. Would that have been from the neighborhood engagement hub or directly with Sarvis?
Both.
Both?
I think, and again, I'll reiterate that the issue is that the lot they were focused on had, revealed that there is some contamination, and so now they're looking to pivot to a different lot. So I think they were trying to do their due diligence and actually have because I had said we need an agreement with the land bank.
So they're looking to acquire, someone is looking to acquire a lot.
Even if not acquiring, and even if they just want to use it, I still think that needs to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what I'm also trying to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to have ownership and responsibility of and for whatever lot is procured?
Yes.
And then is this $25,000 going to be to prepare it for a food truck lot or station?
Mm-hmm.
And then what funds are going to be needed thereafter to maintain it? How have you requested that type of budget to understand how it's going to operate?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, because that is something that I would want to know, because I would imagine it's not just necessarily here's a slab and people come park and there's no kind of anything even outside is just zoning, that any type of liability concerns and that kind of thing. I would be interested to know how that would work in total. So I look forward to hearing what you hear.
Yes.
and then we go from there, because it's an interesting concept. The concept is interesting. I would also be curious to know how, is there a window of time that's going to be open, or is it year round? Is it seasonal?
Right.
How does some of that work when, and if this doesn't get approved, what other funding stream what's the backup plan?
Right.
Is this a go regardless as to if ARPA funds are available, or it's only because we got the potential for ARPA funds, so we'll find a way to spend it? And that's what I want to guard against going forward. I want to make sure that the plans are viable the year after we give them these funds, what's in place. Mm-hmm. And when I say them and we, I don't necessarily mean just this particular resolution, but this will be a recurring theme of mine, particularly with ARPA funds. What is the plan, or what was the plan before ARPA was available, and how are we going to function hereafter? So that's it. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy-Cartier.
So it sounded like, and thank you, Ms. Doer. It sounded like Ms. Doer would like for this resolution to stay in committee. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make the motion to keep the resolution here in committee.
So that was the other 25,000, which she stated that they hadn't gotten back with her, Emily Doerr yet. And so y'all, I cut my camera off because my son was out there. He done brought me a little. I said I was going green, y'all, and so he brought his mama the little snow thing, which is battery powered. But the battery, he's like, Mom, I left it. It's charging. I got to bring it to you. He was like, you can't be shoveling the snow. So he brought me, and I ain't put on a heavy snowblower. And so he brought me one of these little handy dandy little things. So anyway, so this one was about they didn't get all of the they did not get all of the paperwork. They weren't responding. But I want to show people how she fight. Now, at this time with this one, her nonprofit 501c3 had been revoked by the state of Michigan. And she was still putting things in for Cyrus Park. But let's go to the next one.
Not quite. If we don't approve or if the council doesn't approve the ACO, Eagle would have the authority to impose an order. It may or may not be what is in the ACO. They aren't limited to only imposing the ACO. They could impose more stringent or harsher terms than what we negotiated with them.
So it could be more stringent rules?
Yes, it could be. It's because it's up to them within certain limits, but it'll be their discretion to do so.
So the ACO was a pretty lengthy report. It was, what, 160 something pages?
At this point, I couldn't tell you. It was long, I'll just say that.
Well, it looks like we're about to lose a quorum anyways. So if we don't pass this tonight, how soon are we looking at the state maybe imposing?
I can say that the latest deadline that they gave us was the end of this month.
And we won't be in session?
One of my staff did request an additional extension, but we've gotten no response from Eagle or EPA.
When was that put in to get an extension?
Last week sometime.
What is the normal length of time that it would take the state to respond?
I would have no basis to know what was normal or not. This is the first ACO that I've dealt with personally. So.
Okay, so we have got a serious issue because the ACO is really important.
I'd say that approving the ACO as it is, it may not be the perfect document, but it was one that we negotiated with, and that we expressed concerns about, the practicality of timelines and such.
This meeting is officially adjourned.
I object.
For a lack of quorum. You all have a good evening.
So the president and the
These
vice
are the
president
tricks they play. These
They
are the
have-
games they play.
Now,
Look at our president leaving. Look at our vice president
Just
leaving.
on no business. No business whatsoever.
And I want the community to understand why they leaving.
They're leaving and going on vacation. City business is not done and they're going on vacation.
Right.
Wow.
Right. We had that resolution coming up for Ms. Billy.
Danzler. Wow, just a piece of work.
They didn't have their 5 votes.
Wow, disgraceful. Totally disgraceful.
They break quorum all the time. Now, the part which I'm going to tell you how they lie. They literally was telling and told the special master we were breaking quorum. Look, it's on video. They break quorum all the time. I've shown highlighted, look, in the circles where they breaking quorum. Why city business isn't getting done? They break quorum. They don't have their 5, their ideal 5. They break quorum. You seen it on this one. They break quorum all the time. And so when city businesses are getting done, it's because of them. They break quorum. And you can't make this up. And I had to tell the special master, retired judge, I said, Judge Bell, it's not us breaking quorum. We stay. And I'm showing you time after time. It's the toxic leadership underneath Liddell Lewis. It's the toxic leadership. I showed you that 100,000 people in Maryland said, you got to go. The winner, who was not the incumbent, got 52,000 votes. She got 6,000. The voters made a strong, or The voters sent a strong message that we don't want her. She's toxic. She throws out the residents. She's disruptive. She's dismissive. She's divisive. Her behavior is toxic, and they enable her to continue with her behavior, which is bad, toxic behavior. She is the problem. She is the reason why people are saying city council business isn't getting done, because she breaks quorum. They're breaking quorum. And then she'll go and say it's the other ones. Passive aggressive behavior. She is the problem. So the lines are those the end of the video? Oh no, let's play this last one. Put that video up when she had the October 14th insurrection. I sent you that one. So listen, y'all, please click like, share, and subscribe. And then we do take Cash App to donate to producer Jay, who got me on here all day long. When I need to go. Tanya, don't put them nails back up. Girl, listen, I done broke this one. I don't want to go soak in that acetone. This hand looks pretty good. This hand is suspect. But look, I may have to go Sunday to the nail salon. So I do want to see. There was one comment Woodrow Green said. Look, I got to use the bad hand to do this. He said, please say appointed and covenant. It hits different. Please say appointed and covenant. It is different. Oh, hey, Missy. She's not in my voting district, but I'm glad those that knew. Oh, yeah, this is October 14th. This was orchestrated by Liddell Lewis. They went home and did a whole video about it. October 14th, she took a grieving family's pain and used it to her own benefit, Liddell Lewis. She took a grieving family's pain and used it for her own benefit. So let's play this. Producer Jay. And then y'all look, but I want y'all to chime in. And y'all see the number, but wait until we put the video done. So producer Jay, let's play this video.
But they asked me, what would it take to get me a yes vote? I hear that. I hear.
Whoa. Hold up. Let's pause the time. Okay, we can't have the audience yelling out. Okay, we can't have the audience yelling out. Everybody just remain calm. All right, finish. Go ahead, Dennis. Can we please stop yelling out?
And let's stop selling lies to the public. We have 30 days to fill that seat, and the clock is ticking the day after someone passes away. So we don't have all day to figure this out. We must, as my colleague in the 3rd Ward always said, and when you said that he's just a puppet with a hand up his ass, when you made that comment towards him, we're just trying to get done the business of this city.
All right, so this is what's going to happen, because I've asked several times. And so as I'm identifying people that are yelling out, you're going to get your warnings.
Oh, okay. So in the back corner. Pardon me, in the back corner.
Officer.
In the back corner.
Now see, this is what I was saying. Y'all letting this stuff slide, and somebody gonna get hurt up in here. Somebody gonna get hurt. Y'all letting this slide.
Council will remain at ease.
You're too old
Yeah, you're too old.
You was on Facebook talking shit too about my uncle. So you be quiet too. You gotta tell everybody to be equal. Don't pick sides. All I said, don't pick sides. Tell everybody to chill. Everybody is grown as hell. Y'all act like big ass kids. That's all I'm saying. Everybody needs to chill. So say everybody, not just us.
And it's not. She done cussed everybody out. Everybody got a gun. Somebody got a gun. Somebody got a gun. Somebody up in here with a gun, they say. They say somebody in here with a gun. And we got one police officer. Any other time, they had 10, 12 police officers.
That was all orchestrated by Liddell Lewis, made statements to the family. They said at the funeral and the repast, she played on their grief and lied to them. 12 people came and nothing has been done to date about this. No one has been charged. They threatened elected officials. She orchestrated. They gave no warnings to anybody. Gladys Williams was told, shut the F up, BITCH, for I beat your ASS. They threatened the senior. They threatened council people. They threatened everybody in them chambers. You wasn't with them. Liddell orchestrated this. Candace Machat didn't issue one warning, and they set up their content. Liddell didn't issue any warnings. Not at all. Nothing has been done. The new council rules, subcode section 31-10, states clearly you cannot threaten elected officials. Nothing was done. Flynn is unjust. Our attorneys haven't done anything about this. Chief Green hasn't done it. Said he's still investigating. Chief Green, stop. Just stop. Do I feel safe as far as with the police chief investigating? No. This happened October the 14th. You got camera footage. Everybody know who they are. He has did nothing. Nothing. I talked to the detective less than 5 minutes one time. They haven't called any of the people. Period. So when I talk, and I'm talking facts. So let's play the next video. They went home and did incriminate themselves and played another video. Then we're gonna open up the lines. Let's play the last video, producer Jay, because I mean the stuff is serious. You know, somebody, they had to pull a gun to protect themselves. That's not what we do. We can debate ideas and politics and talk about it. And so when this type of action happens, where they have made a statement, the Flint Police Department has made a statement, it's okay to threaten elected officials, the ones that we like.
What y'all think Liddell don't think? Man, Liddell no happy as hell. But they wanted us to talk. Yeah, they wanted me to talk. Liddell don't want me to talk. What they wanted me to say? Whatever I was gonna say. They ain't want me to say nothing. They wanted me to say. They knew I was coming. They knew I was going for her. They knew I was going for Tommy. The other bitch that was it. Yeah, we shut it down. All the police. And look, one of the dudes in the chair was going looking. We was.
That, and look, you can't make this stuff up. So I don't know, Producer Jay, listen, before the call, if they're on hold, make sure when you call in that your TV, radio, or phone or device is down so we don't get a backlash. Mark Hutchinson, Liddell completely manipulated that family. It's a shame. And she's manipulated members of that city council. They need to understand that they have been manipulated by a person who was divisive, deceitful, a proven liar. Y'all saw the videotapes. You saw it. She's the problem. She's toxic. She's the reason why this council is looking bad. Everyone was getting along till she had a whole meltdown and just went ziggity boom all off to psychopath world or sociopath world. Yes, Producer Jay, is the caller on the line?
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, caller, where are you calling from and what's your name?
Yes, good afternoon, Council Member Burns. This is the Robert Jones. First, giving honor to God to the late Mays. And Council Member Burns, I want to officially Council Member Burns. So moving forward, your nickname will be Overseer Council Member Burns. I have 3 quick observations I would like to discuss. Number 1, the Hasselbrink Senior Center. Since the city served an eviction notice, they did serve an eviction notice, correct?
Yeah, but you know what? We're going to talk about that on Tuesday. We're going to have to do a special late night chit chat. Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about that on Tuesday, I'm very appalled that they want to rename it the Eric Mays Hasselbrink Senior Citizen Center. If they're going to rename it Eric Mays, it just needs to be Eric Mays' name. Nothing else needs to be attached to it. He needs to be singled out Eric Mays Senior Center. And why would they want to associate his name with something being with an eviction notice? So just keep that in mind. Number 2, I want to discuss, do we have a current city council president at the moment? Yes or no?
According to this rule 3.1, it defaults back to that. And 3.1 states that until a successor is elected. We got to go to court. And I'm working on that right now. And my attorneys are sick of me. I'm going to be honest with y'all. They sick of me. I felt bad about calling my attorney about us having to go to court on Tuesday. He called me. I wasn't going to call him till Saturday. He called me and said, when was you going to talk about this BS? But he said the whole word, y'all. And I said, I wasn't going to do it until tomorrow. So technically, underneath these rules, yes, we're going to have to go to court.
Okay. So why in the hell is Dale Lewis signing public notice for the special city council meetings? If you look under those documents for the meetings, she is signing it like she's the president of the city council. It needs to be the city clerk signing these meetings. Why in the hell is that moose, that redhead rooster, whatever she is, why is she signing these documents? And third, as it relates to the 3rd Ward council seat, as you mentioned earlier in the show that Candace, they tried to discuss with you, they're trying to negotiate who should be the president, we'll give you this council person. I think you mentioned that Candace, they said Candace wants the president, Judy will be the finance person, and they want Jonathan the finance, or Judy vice president, and then Jonathan the finance. No. We cannot give it up like that. It needs to be JWC or Jonathan for president. We'll give them the internal spot person that they want, and we'll give you or someone else the finance chair, because we know who's going to win the election. So let's just give them a person for the interim spot for the 3rd Ward, and we need our own president, which needs to be JWC or Jonathan. But lastly, in closing, I see that you have a bright future, Overseer Burns. You're lining yourself up to be something very, very great. Cough, cough, the next mayor of the city of Flint. And hopefully if you become the next mayor, I really hope that you can streamline these departments, how they present to council, how they work with council. Hell, I think the mayor should even be at these city council meetings presenting his own damn self. But that's just me speaking. That's
Okay. Robert Jones, you used to call in during the COVID, and I used to live for your remarks.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You used to call in during COVID. And we were only doing the call, and I would live for your remarks. I know a voice. And thank you for calling in to the Tanya Burns Show, and I'm going to address those. So, yes, she is until we go to court. Thank you for calling in. She's signing documents because right now she is until we go to court. We got to go to court. There's no way to change it because everything is in their favor because the attorneys are voting in their favor. And so we have got to change it through the court. I've said consistently, they're outlawing us. They have the whole legal department and then access to other attorneys. We don't have that. So, Producer Jay, I believe you got another caller on the line. Caller, what's your name? Where you calling from?
I did, but keep on. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
And so renaming of Hasselbrink, JWC said it perfectly. It's a ploy. They're trying to garner public support. It should just be Mays. But if you put in the mouth, Mays wouldn't want his name on the center that where he set up, y'all and put the people out who didn't be at their 990s correctly, who have been in good standing with the state of Michigan, been in good standing with the county. He won't want his name on that. And let's be very clear, like JWC said, Mayor Neely didn't like Councilman Mays, and Councilman Mays didn't like him. He was clear. Y'all seen that last tape a couple months before with the green shirt on, the liar, the little liar. He did not care for the mayor. You know, he's stopping what Councilman Mays worked for. But now he's going to turn around and say, let me put the name on. No, he needs to get all the heat that comes with him, putting them out, taking over, and he shouldn't be running it. And we're going to talk about Tuesday. I can't say it now, but we're going to talk about it on Tuesday. But I can say this. They had the nerve to call to ask them, their attorney, their court date is February the 12th. They had the nerve to call, the city had the nerve to call and say, can we change the date to January the 29th? They asked them to move the date up. No, they ain't changing. I mean, what? You evicting them, and then you want to move up the eviction for them and have the audacity to ask. They need to stop that. No. So, do we have another caller on?
Yeah,
hey, good afternoon now. Welcome to the Tanya Burns Show. Caller, what's your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from St. Louis, Missouri. You know, I didn't look at the whole meeting, but the point I came in at was
this is St. Louis. Hey.
And had called.
Did she drop, Producer Jay?
No, she's on, I think.
I can't hear her.
Yep, she did.
She dropped. St. Louis, call back. You dropped.
All right, you got another one. Hold on.
Okay. Caller, what's your name? Where you calling from? I can't hear. Caller, what's your name? Where you calling from?
California.
This sounds like Patrick Jean.
No.
Who is this? Bishop Priestley?
Bishop Flowers.
How you doing? I can hear you, but it's kind of in minutes, so I'm gonna apologize ahead of time. If we can't hear you, it's the internet.
No, it's not. They have to turn their devices down. They're listening, and it's a delay because they're listening from that instead of listening on the phone.
Okay, so if you're calling, turn your devices down. Bishop T. Priestley Flowers, you have the floor. Go ahead.
You know, Councilwoman Burns, I just want to say, I heard you speak for these other areas. I think with 20-some thousand residents, and here we are in Flint with 9 wards, a much larger city such as Compton, California, and it's imperative that we all get along. Number one, the agenda. It's so very divisive, and that my cousin was the first black city clerk in the United States from she was the first black female mayor of Compton and also throughout the United States. So I've been in politics all of my life. Had another cousin run for mayor in Compton. So I was a commissioner there. But these people are green. I listen to these podcasts. They're green. They think they're helping the situation, but they're not helping. They're very divisive. I don't want to call the name JC started that mess with you and Nikki in the beginning. That is a very poisonous person, in my opinion. Has nothing to do with the views of the Tanya Burns show. These are my opinions. And it's so sad that you got people like him and others. I don't want to call all these names. I don't want to start no mess on your show. By everybody.
Yeah. And listen, and it's going in and out. Bishop T. Priestley, I like and I believe in allowing space for everyone. I do. Allowing space for everyone so that we can come together. And I don't care where you're from.
He help. He said he couldn't really, help Flint because y'all won't stick together. Not all y'all, but you know who I'm talking about. These divisive folks. And he down in the snow at Tiffany Henry's house and her parents' house. In the snow with sliders on his feet. Out there protesting at 8 o'clock at night. And the Dalton police couldn't stop them. They couldn't come out there, and they came out there to the house 3 times, and they couldn't stop them people out there protesting at 8 o'clock at night. And some of the neighbors brought them cake and donuts and hot chocolate. They helped them protest, but they tired of that Tiffany Henry out there. And until Dalton just come together instead of fighting one another, it's going to continue to be the same thing. It's going to continue to be the same thing. Neely's got to go, but you got to unite to get behind one person to be the mayor of your city. It's not going to work with everybody just talking about everybody. Everybody fighting. Stop all of this foolishness. Y'all mess starters. You're messy. And y'all need to stop it. Tanya Burns and the other people out there, Jerry Whipper Carter, you got Mr. What's his name over there in the 9th Ward? You got Jared. You got Mr. Who was that was at the courthouse? He was so angry he turned red. They all out here fighting. Unite behind these 4 and push the agenda and make sure it happens. But they cannot just stop the business of the city. No, they can't. What's wrong with getting along and talking to Candace to keep peace up on the dais? Nothing wrong with that. What was wrong with Obama and Trump? They campaigned against each other very hard. But they was able to talk. People, we got to stop all this pettiness and come together and unite and politically push our agenda. As black people, we can govern ourselves. We don't have to have the state take over. We can govern ourselves, but we just can't stick together. But Dalton is sticking together. She tried to run for a commissioner seat last night, Tiffany, and they excluded her because she didn't turn the application in. She didn't get it. She's trying to get in another door. They keep shutting her down. So, Flint, I love you. I'm going to continue to support you. My prayers are with you, but you got to stop this divisiveness. You got to, and these poisonous tongues, you know who they are. The Bible said, mark those that create division. Mark them. And y'all ignore them people and just move on and stick together as a family and fight this corruption in your town.
Thank you, Bishop T. Priestley. Thank you for calling. And look, you sold some wisdom.
Let me just go on and cut it off here. And Tommy, I support you. I support the other 3. Love you, and I'm praying with you. I wish I could be there in person.
Thank you. I appreciate Bishop T. Flowers and other people. And he said some thank you. Because this is he said some facts. And that's what we looking at. We're looking at the fact. So if you weren't able to call through and get in, listen, call back. call back. I think look, the callers are like me, long-winded, and so listen, call back if you could not get in. And one of the things to me about divisive people, I'm gonna tell you something. I have never dealt with grown men that are on social media being messy. I don't have any man that I know that does that. I really don't. But it's a total different story when a man steps to them. It's a totally different story. Totally. And so any man that chooses to go after black, I can handle it. You can state your little lies and your little mess. I'm good because I'm gonna keep on pushing, baby. Producer Jay, you up there? We got another caller. Producer Jay, it's the caller on. Thank you, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm calling from St. Louis.
Hey, St. Louis.
Well, actually, I got on the meeting before Oreo got up there, and when he said Rooster, I roll, I was on the and I believe, they need to stop with Oreo because Disability Act ain't no joke. He can sue them. He really can sue them, and he should. But it's supposed to be a new year, but it got still the whole mess, the whole BS. And I want to put a motion on the floor, can I? I want to put a motion that Amita, Ladell, Judy, and Candace be removed ASAP.
That's your motion.
Nearly out.
St. Louis always. I love how you always speak your mind, and I appreciate that. We got to there's the toxicity of this and the enablers. It has to stop. And if we see who breaks quorum when it's time to do the business, they break quorum and they leave. They never showed up for one special meeting that me and Mays called. Not one. They call special meetings every week. Yeah, they always call them special meetings. They don't, because that's to circumvent the charter, because they don't want to go through the meeting part. But there are things that, yes, we see the games. No, I'm not in agreement with it because I'm saying it, but there's stuff that has to be done. And some people, they just don't get it. They have this ideology. I'm not in agreement with that. But what I am working on to how I can change it is court. We didn't know we was going to have to go to court until literally, that Friday, 6:30, which means we didn't lose that. We had to have something filed by Monday, and we did. And so I do want to say this, St. Louis, I appreciate your support, but in some of them, they are enablers, and they got to stop. They got to stop. It has to change. It has to change. All right, St. Louis, thank you for calling in. Is she still on? Are she still there? Producer Jay?
Nope, let's go to the next one.
Okay, listen. And it's hard. It seems like I'm getting, but I get you saying when I'm getting the dead spot. So the next caller on the line. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Councilwoman Burns. This is Miss J. Richburg. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Miss J. Richburg?
I'm okay. It's a couple of things, but the first thing I remember when you explained about the resolutions and the motions, but when you get a chance on your next show, can you explain it to the audience again? Because some people don't understand why y'all haven't been putting out resolutions, why you haven't been putting motions on the floor like me did. I remember the explanation, but can you break that down and explain it to the audience again?
Y'all know I got my handy dandy rules. So I will explain that again. And y'all, I travel with my coffee then gone. And so I keep with me my Open Meetings Act book number 1, but it is rule 7 point something, I believe.
Yeah, you don't have to go through it right now, but I want you to have time to explain. Like I said, I remember the explanation, but I'm tired of tussling with people in different times to explain it.
Okay. Yep. And I will go over it. Thank you, Miss J. Richburg, because it has changed.
I want to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
People are different. I do understand that you and JWC want to look out for your constituents. So this don't pay me no mind. I'm talking next about shut the city down. That's just my personality.
Listen,
to you.
Well, I appreciate it. All right. Listen, keep calling. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to talk about because I want people to understand the truth and the facts. I'm going to give them the lit where to go. Thank you, Miss Jay Richburg. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Producer Jay, we got another caller on the line. Y'all, I got to get used to this caller stuff and how it comes in. And so it is something we have been trying to perfect. So Producer Jay, is there another caller on the line?
It will be in just a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yep.
So caller, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, it's hard getting through on this line.
Hey, Michelle.
This is Michelle Young calling from the 6th Ward. How you doing, Tanya?
How you doing, Michelle? What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hey, Tanya. Did you hear who I said it was?
Yeah, I know your voice.
Okay.
We got whoopings together.
Look, I thank you for following up with that HOPE program for the people with taxes, but I do have one question about that. Will that apply to anybody that is about to lose their taxes from last year? Well, for this year due to taxes of last year? And then I have a couple more questions for you. Isn't it weird that the people that want to get appointed or that have previously been appointed, meaning the 1st Ward and the 7th Ward replacement, never attended any council meetings prior to running for an election? Because where has not what's the gentleman's name that's running for the 3rd Ward seat?
You have got, and it's a whole new batch people have put in now. And so everybody knows there's new people who are in there. But it is you got the men it's Beverly, then it's Dumas, it's Rich, and it's Kerry Nelson.
Okay, so where has Kerry Nelson been the last 3-4 years? You know, he wants
working for the city of Flint.
He hasn't been active. You know, I think you see Beverly Biggs, you see AC Dumas, you see a lot of people that are running, but then you get these pop-ups like the 1st Ward councilman. Where did he come from? They're never active until it's time for an appointment. It's like they're being picked and chosen out of the community. So I just want the voters to recognize that when they are picking their next elected official. Also, I wanted to ask, because I was a little disappointed in how the fire chief came and kind of like put everything on you guys like you hadn't done something. When, if I remember right, it's a requirement that all department heads come and speak with you guys once a quarter. I want to know what you can do to enforce that.
We need 5 votes.
Council meeting.
We need 5 votes, and I stated to him to let him know that he is required quarterly to do that until we get 5 votes, which is going to be taken with the law. Also, if it was so important, the week before we had a special meeting. The mayor and the fire chief should have put it on that agenda. If it was that important, it should have been on that agenda. And they did not do that. And as far as with the HOPE program, there's a county program. I am going to have We have a new county clerk. I'm going to see if I can get him on to explain the program. I like to, just like I had Pastor Monica on, producer Jay said, "Oh, we need more guests," and he's right. And so I'm going to have them on to explain their program. So that is coming very soon, because there are ways the county has a program to help them save their homes too. The city has also been keeping some of the properties. So there are some things in the work. So I cannot talk about all of it because all of it's not together yet. But as soon as I know, I'm gonna let you know and everybody else know.
Well, we appreciate you, Tanya. Don't think we don't. And just let us know what we can do to help you guys get the attorneys to represent you for that you need to be able to defeat those.
I'm out here begging, and these attorneys who are, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a Democrat, and they know it. These attorneys are Republicans, okay? They are Republicans, and saying we gonna help you because this is just unjust. And I want everybody to know that this is me reaching across the aisle with Republicans and the respect that we have for each other. That they call me knowing I'm in a crisis. And I'm sitting here going, not again. And he called me and asked me why I had not called him. I'm like, I hadn't even had 2-3 hours. He said, grab something to write with. Let's go to work.
To the lawyers, do we send it directly to them, or how do we?
I don't want no money, directly to the attorneys, and that's where it could go. And I'm not gonna set it up. As someone they were talking about setting it up. I don't want my hands on nothing. They're not gonna get me in a debacle like they did Councilman Mays with no GoFundMe. You're not gonna do me like that. No. So there are people who are working on that, but I will be talking about those different programs, Michelle, coming up very soon because I want to save people in their homes, and I want to have it all together so people get all the good information at once so we can share. That is important. So
okay, thank you for everything.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Y'all, we used to get whoopings together for real. We've been friends since we've been 4 years old. All of my friendships have been long, so that shows I value loyalty. My friendships have been long. Okay, any other callers?
Yep, go ahead. Hold on.
Producer Jay, this is your fault.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, welcome to the Tanya Burns Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Music.
Cut your background down.
This St. Louis calling back because it must put on hold.
Okay,
put on hold and the music started playing, but just the residents are really suffering, and it makes no sense. I'm from the outside looking in, but I can just imagine them being on the inside and can't get not a piece of paper to write on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so sad. Goddamn, she needs to be gone because she has did nothing but chaos the whole council people. And I don't understand why Mayor Neely got division on the council. He shouldn't have no business whatsoever into the council business. Here in St. Louis, I stay in the county, and the county has a lot of division. One county, the council people took that mayor to court. And the judge told that council, you have no business in their business. That's their business. They are the ones that say where the money goes, who gets whatever money. You have no business trying to persuade them to tell them who gets what. And that's the problem. Hello?
I'm here.
And that's the problem. He needs to stay out of council business. He can barely run the business that he can barely be mayor. But he needs to stay out of the
council business, and those four need to go, because I guarantee you, while Halloween was on that other council, I bet you Lydell knew. She knew. She knew he was on that. So why would they have to have a vote to get him on there? If he wasn't on there, he wouldn't be sitting there. And they using money, they stealing money. And that's just what they're doing. They stealing money from the residents that just need. How many 501c3s are you going to cover? And like Kansas, 300,000. Really, Kansas? Really? They off the water, first of all, the water needs to be done. Most of all of anything. After the water get done, then I think the residents need to have their stuff done. After the residents, then okay, then everybody else can get something. How many times you gonna fix up downtown and the resident needs something? They furnace messed up because of water. They water heater messed up because of water. They basement still messed up because of water. They still got feces in their basement because of water. And people steady getting sick. Bad enough they can't eat. I mean, it's bad enough they can't drink the water. They can't bathe in the water. They can't cook in the water. And then you got the trash people.
Well, you are correct, St. Louis. And I know we got some callers trying to get in. You are correct. And we do have to make some changes. And we got a lot of work. And what I appreciate about you is that you, even with the grandkids, you don't live here, but you share your opinions. And I pray for you and your family. I truly do, because you were shared that you have been sick before. And you still get involved. And I appreciate, when people call in from wherever, I appreciate you. I do. I truly do. And I do. And we do. We got some issues. We got a lot of work to do. But until we get 9 council members on the same page, things aren't going to move. Not 5. And they call themselves the Big 5. We have to have all 9 to move things. We've got to get everybody on the same page. We have to. So thank you, St. Louis. I appreciate you calling in. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Okay, any more callers? I'm going to read, is there any? Rule 6.8. Rule 6. That was in regards to how do we get stuff on the agenda. Remember now, y'all, this was changed. And then it was adopted on 4/22. 4/22, it was adopted. And it states, and you can go to the City of Flint City Council website, Rule 6.8. Items may be placed in any committee agenda by request of any council member. The mayor or the clerk's special orders must be approved by the council president, must be approved by the council president or the committee chair for a committee meeting. The clerk may reassign items to an appropriate committee at his or her discretion. Everything we put on now, including the mayor and including the clerk and us, the committee chairs. You know how much stuff we go to put on there and they turn it down? Because this little stupid rule, this idiotic rule, they voted on. 5 of them voted for this garbage. So we cannot put stuff. This is a rule, which is not a lawful rule, which I'm working on that too. Because I look, anything that ain't right, I got them in my book already to need to be changed. So, and now we have a new city attorney. My opinion, look, that's going to her. She started Christmas because I didn't get any attorney Kim's like, I know some of them wrong. I told him not to do it. I mean, he acted like he was scared of him with some of the things. And Cups, nice guy. You cannot be a good attorney underneath this administration. So Joanne Gurley gets to get this back. This is going to be going back to her because some of these you cannot do. So if it's something that's important in our ward, we cannot put it on the schedule. We cannot put it on the agenda. They control everything coming and going in and out of the city with this illegal Rule 6.8. We have a right to represent issues from our war. This takes away our voice. Their voice is not more important, whoever's chairing that meeting, than anybody else. It's not. It's not. So this is why it's like that. This is why it's like that. Rule 6 point, and that was just adopted 4/22/2024. Producer Jay, are we done with the phone calls?
I'm sorry.
Was that the end of the phone calls?
No, you got one to wait.
Okay, well, let's get it in.
Already on there. Go ahead.
Oh, producer. What's your name? Where you calling from? We can't hear you. Caller, we can't hear you. Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now.
All right. Hello, Miss Burns. How are you doing? This is Jessica.
I was going to say, hey, Jessica.
Hello. Well, first I want to start off by thanking you again for a warm, fun, and supportive community. The chat is an excellent place to be, and you always show your work, and you come with receipts, and you are informed. You know what you're talking about, so that is very, very refreshing and greatly appreciated. What I did want to cover today are detractors. So we usually don't want to give folks like that too much mileage because they feed off of it. But I think it's really important, and I want you to, because I know I've seen some of the static that's been coming your way. So people have targeted you as a council person and as a human being, as a Black woman. And I just want you to remember that just because the people who are coming after you have reading comprehension problems, the folks who support you, the folks who are actually watching these meetings in their entirety, who aren't going off notes, we have hearing comprehension and seeing comprehension. So we're watching the dynamics that are playing out in real time. And so we know who the chaos agents are. It's very clear who the chaos agents are. And so I just want you to take heart in that. Also, I think it's really interesting, all of the haters who have hopped out of the crowd car to target you just in the last couple months. You got barnyard animal, woodland creature hybrids coming after you. You got mean girls with Adam's apples coming after you. It's all a distraction, and they're low-key people who have loyalties that they're trying to hide. These are people who are talkers, not doers. They whine and cry about people who are actually politically active. And they thrive off of social media slap fights for which they are intellectually unprepared. And that's what they do. So while you're doing the work, while other council people are doing the work, while outsiders are doing the work, they are chaos agents who low-key want the water crisis to continue because it gives them a handy excuse to go after people, to build people, to capitalize on human rights violations happening to them, their family members, and people that they profess to care about. So I just want you to remember that as the hate and spite and just plain old bitchiness continues to come your way. I appreciate having your insight. I appreciate you continuing to highlight a pattern of behavior, one that's been a contributory factor in the chaos that continues to ravage Flint. So a lot of people might think that it's repetitive, but it's not repetitive. It needs to be stated and put on record repeatedly. There was an insurrection on October 14th. Law enforcement, who's so quick to throw people out for tripods, haven't so much as blinked in their direction. Had it been Kawana Mack or anybody who has been critical of Neely's administration, that person would have been under the jail. So again, I just want to applaud you for continuing to show your work to come with receipts, to keep us informed, and to continue to shed light on the chaos agents and other people that are keeping the mess going and, quite frankly, working actively to kill people.
I've always thought I've always appreciated your opinion. You give your opinion and it is your opinion. Everyone's not going to agree with me. And I like hearing other people's opinion because sometimes I learn from kids and your insight, it has always been appreciated. And along with your vocabulary, along with your vocabulary.
It's a public school vocabulary that anybody could have had. I think it's funny that when they come up to you or me or anybody else who knows how to use words that nobody who graduated from a public school should be scratching their heads at. And even if you are, like, they're a dictionary. So I think that, and again, that's not saying that everybody should know those words. I just think that it's when you criticize people for using those words, when you challenge their blackness because they use those words competently, it says more about you than the person who uses the vocabulary that, for whatever reason, doesn't stand to you. So, again, I appreciate that. I appreciate your willingness to answer the hard questions rather than just blocking people or soft doxing them like other people have done. I appreciate that, and I think I speak for a lot of us in the audience by saying that we appreciate that. We appreciate your producer. He has your back. He protects you. He is emotionally mature, and he is a man. And it's just it's a lovely place to be. Your community.
Oh, and look, I'm glad people are over here, and everybody doesn't agree with me. And even Woodrow Green, because him and I didn't even comment on Woodrow Green. You don't have to agree. I have my perspective. Woodrow Green has his. Woodrow Green is politically active, and however, I disagree with him because there have been interactions before with me and with how Chief Wiggins. I don't care if he played or not. He was disrespectful, and that wasn't the first or the second or the third time. And so there was a history but then there was parts when he's been very pleasant too. And so at the end, he was like, I love everybody. So he knew he was wrong how he approached. He knew that. But Woodrow Green, I'm not going to block you, Woodrow.
Positive energy back. When somebody comes with negative energy, they get negative energy back. My mother used to say, you don't get to decide how hard. When you hit somebody, you don't get to decide how hard they hit back.
Right.
So if you back and I throw a Molotov cocktail back at you,
not a Molotov.
Goes around you. It's your fault, not mine. And
but
so,
I do appreciate, like Woodrow, I want people's opinions. And I see where, everybody's not going to agree with me, and I'm not for everybody, but opinions are welcome. That's where I don't want to have a platform where I'm dogging people or trashing them and all of that. That's not me. It's too much work to be done in Flint. And Woodrow said, I'm the labeler. You won't get blocked over here. I love discussing ideas. Let's debate ideas and how we can, change, the city, how we can progress, not regress. And I'm all for it. I am for the positivity and how do we make it work? And I do want to say one of the people, which I think she was under, I see in a lot of these women and women of color, because they're not just all Black women, or some of them are mixed, some of them are Latino. Ida B. Wells and Fannie Lou Hamer, them two women did not ever get the justice, the notoriety that they really should not have got. So what I've been doing lately is immersing myself when I have to bring myself down and to level myself in a number of Black documentary, history of Black people. And I like to constantly feed my mind knowledge. Constantly. I read, love a documentary. And I'm going to tell you the best documentary, which I love, and my kids bought it for me for I think for Christmas, is one of my Christmas gifts years ago. Lawrence Fishburne, when he did the play, the one-man play about Justice Thurgood Marshall. It's something about, I love that. I love Thurgood Marshall. Y'all, back in the day, I'm going to tell you. That man, what he did, and there's an appreciation for a Black man, and it's Black women or women of color. We become protective of good Black men. I am, instinctively, because when we got them, we have to protect them, but we need our Black men to help protect us. And that is where there has to be that same. Black women, I think, have been, and this is slightly deviated, thrown into a competition with Black men, and we're not. We want the same protection that we give y'all to give to us. But that is my favorite documentary with him and Lawrence Fishburne. He is what's a theater person? Is a thespian. He's a thespian.
Yeah.
And you can get it on DVD or however you do it now. That is the best playwright when he's doing the life of Thurgood Marshall. Now they have the Thurgood Marshall movie. It's nothing like Lawrence Fishburne. You don't even realize that, once you get into it, because it's so intense that he's on the stage. You don't. My favorite. I've watched it probably over 25 times. But I appreciate all of the women, and you don't have to have a strong vocabulary for me to have an appreciation and love for you. I love my community.
Exactly. Absolutely. We come in all shapes and sizes, and nobody gets to determine how we can be Black. As long as you're not hurting people, you're not tap dancing people who are trying to hurt us, you're not defending or aiding and abetting people who are attacking us. You don't get to tell other folks how to be Black.
No, you don't, because my Blackness may not be the same for somebody else's, and that's just what it is. But I appreciate you. I appreciate your dialogue.
Black people is you don't aid and abet the enemy. You don't encourage that. You check it on site. You definitely don't amplify it. You don't publicize it. You don't encourage it, and you don't use the enemy's tactics to target your political opponents or people that you disagree with. That part.
Jessica, I'm glad you called in. I was trying to encourage you last week. I'm glad you called in. And I love hearing your perspective, because I like when you get minds, and then they don't all have to be the same, because sometimes someone can have a great idea and we are all at a different level, and we can all help develop each other to be a better person. And that I love. The best way to talk about the best bosses is that when you have 10, 12 people, or say 12 people at a table, and nobody knows who the boss is, that's a real boss, because they have managed to make sure everyone at that table has the same skill set, they on the same purpose, they have the same goals, and they all are driven. That is a boss. And that for me has always been my goal when I ran my company. I used to, and I'm going to tell this story. One of my most difficult clients.
Go ahead and tell the story, but I'm going to go ahead and clear the way for some other
people. Okay, all right. Thank you, Jessica. One of my most difficult clients was dealing with some of the Black pastors in the church, and that's the truth. I had 3 white managers, and I don't know how many Black ones, but it's 3 white ones. And I would have to send one of the managers. The white manager would get more respect than I did as a Black woman. That is the truth. And I would not go to the very end of if there was an inspection, because when I was signing my name off on it, my company name, it had to be done right. And I had to pull back, because I understood that me as a Black woman, that people weren't ready to receive that I was a Black woman running a business in 3 states. I worked my butt off, and they did not, everybody couldn't receive that. And it would be funny, because some of the people were like, well, I thought this was his company, and it was always the white man that they thought. We as a community often don't give the credit to the people, because is what stereotypes we have in our mind that we think people are of. And it was just always difficult. But in the end, afterwards, and I would talk to him about it, we developed great relationships, and it became, okay, I know that I can depend on her. She's actually on her, and they would call afterward. But to get the business initially, y'all, I had to send a white man to Black businesses. And that's just the truth. My most loyal my most loyal demographic, Middle Eastern people. Loyal, Dearborn. They would invite you over to dinner, their businesses, their homes. They shared, and it was a trust. I mean, extremely loyal. I remember a couple of them had called corporate, and they were like, "No, I used to be the Tiny Burns, blah, blah, blah." And they would call. It was one, and I'm gonna tell you this. I didn't say I had a bad day. He called me. He was in oh God, what city was he in? Because he owned the wine store, and he owned a hookah thing too. And it was Detroit area. It was Oakland County. And so he called me one day talking crazy to me. I just got off with the guy, the manager who was running my Chicago office. And this guy cussed me out. He went to talking crazy, just disrespectful to women. So disrespectful. By the time I finished with him, he got called several 4-letter words that became 8-letter words. But for the next 20 years, he would call me. He's like, Tanya, he gave me so much business because there was the loyalty that was there. And he literally laughed. He said, I never had a woman talk to me like that and then handle her business. But still to this day, I don't have the time to do. I never thought once I got better, when I got into city council, I really thought I had a lot more time. I don't, because the issues I take personally, working for my community. But I can tell you, it's not time to speak. I see Stephanie on here. Stephanie probably like, girl, get your nails done. I don't go get water I don't go to the grocery store till I'm out of water, and she's like, you need to take a vacation. You need to take some time. I have a very full life taking care of things, but I'm learning how to take care of myself. I learned how to put the phone on silent so I can get some rest. But producer Jay been calling because we got kinks to work out. So one thing I will say, wait a minute, I'm in it. Everybody ain't gonna agree with me, but we're gonna work through it. We're gonna be respectful to it, and we have to have the uncomfortable conversations. I am on I start Black History Month. It's always Black History. Can you put Mark Hutchinson's thing up, please? I want people to know that we got to have these conversations. Mark Hutchinson, Tanya, you're hitting on a subject that needs study. This is what happens in a corporate sales. Our own people need others to verify what we do. Happens all the time. It holds us back. It 100% holds us back. I don't know if I told you, I love the symphony. Saginaw, the Temple Theater, I put their camera system in, their security. It was a big project to do, which took it took, I think, 5 weeks. We thought we'd be done in 2 to 3, but because the building was so old in the 1800s and a lot of the construction, you had to add on to it. One thing, and when you look at people get surprised. I remember when I worked for the mayor and I was in the building and the permit department, rewriting like some of their policies. How can we make it extremely more efficient? They were like, you know how to read blueprints? Yeah, I'm a Black woman that can read blueprints. Yes. And so reading the blueprints, like there really were no blueprints for the Temple Theater, I'm gonna tell y'all. And so my lead technician, it was a lot of time that was spent there. So I love the symphony. Yes, I do. I like all types of music. Okay. And so the symphony is it just brings me to and so classical music I love. And so the person who was running it, when I went for the last day for the inspection, I went into the office and I said, hi, I said, my name is Tanya Burns. And, I gave the name of my company. I said, I'm here to do the final inspection. He said to me, well, you won't be able to do it. I said, what are you talking about? He says, we never heard of you. Who are you? I said, well, I'm the owner of the company. You're not the owner. No, you're not. All he thought, this was a white man though. He argued me up and down. So I had to give him my business card. I called. So with my programs, it was a franchise. I called. He was in Texas. He was in Indiana then. I called Tim and Tim got on the line. He called. He says, look, it's her. She's Black. She's in our top 10 in our department, in our franchise. And he, it took another white man to validate who I was as a Black woman, that I could go in, put the camera system and security system, knew what I was doing, what I was talking about, because they assumed that me as a Black woman that I did not know. No, and when I sign off on a job, that's my responsibility. And so it's funny. So when I got to the conductor of the symphony, he had knew me, and he came and hugged me. He said, "Hey, Tanya," and we were talking, and the guy who once was questioning that why as a Black woman would I have a company doing this, you know, and because he'd only seen the white guy that worked for me, which he worked for me for over a decade, almost 20 years. And I would say he worked with me. And so when I was talking to the conductor, they think that we don't like classical music too. You know, this was Saginaw Temple Theater. And he began to look at things differently. I don't allow people to place me where they want me to be, because my uncle Ollie Pounds in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, when I was a little girl, who put me in the pulpit of a Baptist church. He wasn't a self-appointed pastor. He was a reverend. He went to school for it. He drove a LeSabre. So when I be saying I want my pastors to go to school, and I want my pastor to drive a LeSabre, not self-appointed, because this is what I grew up on. My grandmother's brother, and we would go there every year, sometimes twice. He told me, when I sat in that pulpit next to him, because I was just so like, you know, and this church was the biggest church there. And I was like, oh my God, you know, and you know, you got the choir and, you know, and I remember him saying, he said, well, you can sit next to me. And he would always talk to me, and we'd be on this church swing. He sowed a seed in me that is still with me. And I was in second grade the first time I went. It is still with me, and I'm 56. He sowed that seed into me and said, you never let anybody tell you where you're supposed to be. He told me that. Reverend Ollie Pounds, born on February 29th, on leap year. I never let people tell me where I'm supposed to be, because at some point I thought I wouldn't even be here. And my friend Diana and Jaretha will tell you. And Diana's, it's funny, Diana's daughter now works at for the city in the planning development. She's like, my mom, you're the one that my mama told the story about, that they said that you were gonna die. And they called everybody in, and the social workers, and they were afraid that you were gonna die. Hey, don't count me out. God got that answer. God didn't count me out. And so I don't let people put me where they want me to be. Short story. So, producer Jay, this has been a good conversation. We just hit a new record, and this is your fault, producer Jay. This is your fault.
Man, you've been talking so much, I got dang on muscle spasm.
You know what? Listen, I need y'all to click like, share, and subscribe. It was so much information. So in my wrap up, wait a minute. How do we change, Flynn? How do we move forward? y'all wrong on here. Listen. Oh my Jesus, my face hurt when I laugh like that. Listen, how do we change? We have to divine intervention from God. And we listen, he may have to have an exorcism, but we all have to work towards for the people. How is that going to change? It has to change through the legal system now. And I want to thank my colleagues, JWC, the Big Five, and Jonathan Jarrett for standing together legally for what was right, not allowing and speaking up to our public defender, taking the work that our attorneys told us, the casework, Booth, the media versus Wyoming City Council, that we cannot circumvent the Open Meetings Act. It takes this when we stand together. Sometimes God sends us people that we don't even know that's there for us. And they sent us the stuff that I appreciate what they've done. Patrick G, really, I've done major miles on the road today since I ain't been talking. This is our producer Jay fault. I want y'all to know it's producer Jay fault. But we have to look at people. Tiffany Henyard does not serve her community well. Tiffany Henyard gets the views not because she's doing what's right. She's getting the views for the mess. We getting the mess right now and the views because we're not doing what we should be doing. That meeting was going great until Adele, the last agenda item. And it's literally, y'all, this is the agenda for the special meeting. This is the agenda. It is literally the last agenda item that is on there at the bottom. Last one. And she started cutting up about that third seat. And so what we have to do, I don't know how we're going to do a three-part series. And I think it's education and awareness that we have got to make sure that we, I don't understand the dynamic. And I want to have a dialogue with y'all during this, because I need to understand why is that the people show up in Dalton and they don't stop and they feel it's worth fighting for. And the people in Flint, I get they get tired, they get Flint fatigue, but we kind of keep fighting. We got to. So any donations are kindly accepted via Cash App. Donations are kindly accepted because I couldn't do this without producer Jay. So yes, we set a new record, y'all. Yes, I'm gonna receive the jokes and take the joke lashing, because I gave y'all clearly some good material to work with for jokes. With this was a documentary actually. This one. So donations are kindly accepted with $ producer J87.
Man, they don't even make documentaries this long.
What?
I said they don't even make documentaries this long.
You know, and you had to weigh in on that. Really. So I do want to say, it takes everyone in different perspectives. And it was really mind-boggling, because I was looking at some of the people in those interviews with that and seeing how these people were saying. This one man, he was like, I grew up in the projects. So when I moved here to Dalton, I'm not going to let her run me out. He had his house shot up. They shot his house up. He said, I'm not leaving. He is standing for justice and standing for what is right. And when I started watching that documentary, again, because I've seen so much, the part that the one lady was raped on a trip to Vegas for their government. It was sad. It was sad. I think that we got to talk about the thing. If we don't, history will repeat itself. And I don't want to see history repeating itself. I don't. And not with some of the things. If it's a good thing, yes. But right now, we've taken a step backward. Jessica comes, we want some donuts next weekend. Look, y'all know the donut hostess. Yeah, the donuts came. Yeah, and I passed them out. Some people sitting there, I would bring y'all donuts, okay? And I will serve them to you, because I am humble enough to serve the people that I represent, which is the residents and the people who come into the city council chambers. I am humble enough to serve you. I am not above anybody else. I'm not too good to serve people. Not. I mean, the first time we was, and Carol will know it, because growing up together, God in church washing people's feet. I'm gonna wash somebody's feet. But I understand as an adult now the things that were sold into me as a child. I understand. So the doors of the Tiny Perkins show is now open. Patrick Jean, you in trouble. He in timeout.
We know you got to be a Baptist. You got the Baptist preacher beat.
You know what? Producer Jay, I do this show because of you. The material. We don't do it every day. And so and we do talk about the time. Producer Jay gonna tell me, let me tell y'all what he told me. I said, look, we're really on too long. And he said, you let me handle that. Let me handle that. He said, look, Ricky Smiley on every day, 4 hours. Tom Joyner was on 4 hours. I said, he had a whole team. It's me, you, and Steve. When we meet, it was technical problem. He said, don't worry about it. Stephanie Bright is really mama has cooked some greens. He told me that. And so, because we don't come on every day, this is in lieu of if we came on 1 hour every day. Now. So, for the record. So, look, I appreciate. Nope, it's Saturday and we have time. Merc 76. How you do? Look, how you doing? We got some time. Mark, God bless her. She can't help. Y'all listen. And I gave birth to 3 kids that talk back a lot. They got some little smart mouths. Yeah. So Jessica Stewart, I done fried some chicken, fish, shrimp, clam. I'm gonna start on the gumbo. It gonna still be, oh Lord. Oh, yeah, and that part is true. Look, and I need to go to the grocery store, and I am almost out of water, Stephanie. If you won't hear, almost. So listen, if you can donate to my because it looks like he getting minimum wage, producer J87. So $ producer J87. I appreciate each and every one of you, but as we move forward, these shows are because we need to understand where we're at. We need to understand what's making our city council toxic. The video show what's making our city council toxic. At some point, you got to talk. So when you see, and I'm going to tell y'all this, undue medical debt, and I shared it last week. I don't agree with everything Candace said. I absolutely do not. And it's not a light contest, but I remember I told y'all when she was sick in the hospital, I went to go see her. She was saying she didn't remember because she was really sick. And, you know, she ended up with medical bills. And so I went to see her. And it's not just her. I think about everybody else. But she was talking to me when someone else put up a video. I don't even know what a pancake is. You know, they all have pancake and egg. I don't even eat pancakes because they make you too full. I don't like to be full like that. And that guy is the messiest man I ever seen. I'm not saying his name. I've never seen a messy man who go after women. Not ever in my life. I know no grown men who feel free to go after women in that fashion at all. But he can have that. Who always claims he's gonna recall me. Knock yourself off. Knock yourself out. But get a bra first, okay? And that's my shady moment for him because I'm tired of him coming for me. So
and then
go ahead.
And then the woman who literally has pig feet thinks it's funny.
Okay, we're gonna go on to the next one, producer Jack. So I do want to say this. I do this so we understand where we're coming from. And where we're going.
I thought my mic was muted. I'm sorry.
And what we got to do. And we got some stuff that we got to do. And so I appreciate the dialogue and people sharing and everyone giving me their time. And I appreciate it. A lot of people I tend to ignore until the time, like JWC, when she, Jaguar, when she ready, she gonna pounce and that's gonna be it. And I people don't understand really how hard we work. And just because you don't see everything, and I share what needs to be shared at the right time, but it's a continuous working effort. Yes, we're working on changing these goofy rules, and they are goofy, ridiculous, obscene rules. Yes, we're working on how do we fix that rule with or until a successor rule 3.1. But we cannot do it unless we do it with the law. I'm not going to jail for nobody. Orange is not the new black. Not doing it. It's too many things that the residents in Flint, not just my ward, in Flint need. And I'm going to do what I need to do. And I'm working legally to get it done because our legal department is supposed to help us. Zero help from the legal department. Zero. Is it zero the egg? Zero. We're not getting any from them. Not any. We're not getting any help. And matter of fact, they really hurt us. They really are hurting us. So, Producer J, anything closing? Look, donate, Cash App, $. Producer J87. Producer J, anything in closing?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so we are going to we gonna log off. I appreciate everybody logging on, giving me your time. We're gonna work on a 3-part series. That is going to take some work. If you put in YouTube, Woodrow Green, look at you. Oh, thank you, Woodrow. I appreciate you. I appreciate people who don't always agree with me, and when we do, but we got to work together. I truly do. I do want to say this. I want everybody to be safe. That $55 billion is coming into Flint, and I'm gonna keep updating. I'm gonna make sure I'm putting the information out. It's on my page. I'm gonna put it on the other pages. I have shared it around. I'm gonna share it around some more. What I'm going to do, because I want to make sure we take care of the residents that are here. I believe in economic development. I believe in growth, but we have to make it a point that the people who are here, we take care of them. Take care of them. So, Producer Jay, I'm gonna still be in the comments. Producer Jay, we got 6 songs. I think we're gonna look at playing maybe one for the intro, one for the exit.
Give me the other 5 because that would be good to play another exit.
Yeah.
Can we play this before? Can we play this video before we leave?
What's the video? What was the video?
It ain't too bad, I promise.
Yeah, I'm saying I ain't seen this.
It ain't too bad. I just need you to say yes.
What? Did you inbox me?
No, I promise it ain't bad.
Okay, well, let's play it.
I can't get ahead for the red rooster to keep pecking, to treat me like a hen. I mean, the red rooster it ain't an elephant in the house. It's the red rooster here calling the shots. Red rooster, hello, are you listening? Oh my God! Well, I never did understand about a rooster. When I first got married and got my son, the first thing I offered to buy him a rooster, and my wife said, "What you gonna buy the boy?" Well, going. He said, "You can't have no rooster in Flint." I was going, and I was gonna see what a rooster is all about, cause I left Georgia too early. Also, a whole lot of biddies running around. They treat them and they eat them. Step on one by accident, you can kill them by so many. And I wonder where they come from. And I ain't been. See, I can't even get used to this Flint, Michigan, because people like handkerchief head, Nick Rose, or whatever they is. I'm trying to find out which one they are. But hey, the rooster moving around over there. I mean, okay. And another thing, like
Mr. Mitchell,
ma'am,
please refrain from using derogatory language. Thank
that's
you.
That's real language. Wait a minute, honey. I'm trying to figure out what's. Anyway, Happy New Year, everybody. Well, every New Year's I'll be trapped in the streets going through the New Year party out in Grand Blanc 3 times in 3 years in a row, and they playing that, and the DJ playing that white boy music and all that stuff and do the bunny track. I can't hardly track. And I mean, only played Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk. That's the only thing he played out there, but that high school out across the street where that gas station at. And it was snow. But the woman didn't want to go buy stuff. That's why I went with it and barely made it. I mean, anyway, how much time I got, Davina?
30 seconds.
Yes, dear. But, man, look, well, I feel like I'm hen-picked already. I mean, rooster-picked. Before I even get there. I mean, pick me, Davina. How about that? What? Happy New Year, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to get our money or else. Tyler ain't going to see to that.
I'm sorry. Y'all know I have a poker face. I did not have one that day. I just have to drop my head and cover it. Oh, listen. He held on to that comment. Miss Flossie, that's done cooked them greens. That's Miss Flossie, that's on you. But what it did was triggered him. And I've talked about protective instincts. I'm gonna leave on this. Protective instincts. Men like women can exhibit protective behaviors based on their upbringing, personal experience, and emotional bonds. These instincts can manifest in various ways, such as providing for and defending loved ones. Culturally, the idea of men as protectors is reinforced through social norms and expectation. He saw that we were being targeted. He sat there and how his mind works. He knew that there was an issue. He didn't like it. And I hope they don't begin to start picking on him, because with the ADA, look, we got some attorneys for them too. And so I appreciate the fact. Now, he had me laugh when he said, my wife, I wasn't henpecked, I was rooster-pecked. I'm sorry. was, whew. So anyway, the rules are moving around over. Christopher Sims, you in timeout with Patrick G and producer Jay. Listen, I appreciate each of y'all. Oh, we are leaving on laughter, and nothing could be better than leaving on laughter. We done set a new record for being on 5 hours. Over 5 hours. Producer Jay, this is your fault.
We got a marathon. We got a marathon going on.
We are leaving on laughter. There was a lot. When the title, Whoa, what a week. Whoa, what a week. There was a lot that went on. I like to leave people with oh, Jesus, Lord. Oh, I like to leave people with good information and something and answer questions. I answered why we cannot put items on the agenda, which is wrong. And I'm sending that back to the attorney. Sell Israel, she needs to take a look at, because they're not right. They're in violation of our Flint City Charter. They simply are. They are in violation because they give the rest of us no voice. And we see that when you have a toxic person who's the president, we don't have a voice. She shuts it down. I sends all kinds of stuff, and she shoots it down. And not just her, Judy has too. Judy has did it too. So listen, I appreciate y'all. We are leaving with laughter, and laughter is a good thing. It lowers your blood pressure. It's a feel-good thing. It releases things inside of your body that we all need. We have you're going to hell, Patrick Jean. We have sandwiches in the fellowship. And producer Jay, you might be one of them putting that comment up. This is all producer Jay's fault. He made sure, y'all, we covered all the material that I had covered and researched for this week, because I will cut it short. Producer Jay, this is his fault. We covered it all today. We left no crumbs on the table, no crumbs on the plate. Wasn't no gravy on the plate or nothing, not even a cornbread crumb. We did it all. So we came in with laughter, we leave with laughter, covering some serious topics. I thank each and every one of y'all for spending your time with me. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. And to the callers calling, y'all, the hardest thing is calling in. I like it when y'all call in. I like to hear your voice. Wood Joe Green, do not get on there with Patrick Jean and producer Jay. I hear it's an ice cream social. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Maybe DoorDash.
You are contaminating these people, producer Jay.
Maybe DoorDash Eva send us some lunch.
Oh, we are doing shots. Okay, we're getting off of here. Listen, thank y'all for giving me y'all time. Y'all know Arthur Woodson put my growling stomach on blast. And Jerry wants to give me some. Ooh, you want some cracker? I got some crackers. In other words, and it was a loud grumble, y'all. So listen, I'm thankful at my age, my digestive system is working. It's working. I'm happy about that. I appreciate you. Oh, God, a black. Listen, we're getting off of here. Listen, thank each and every one of y'all. And we're Deborah O'Neill from the 313. Look, wherever y'all are from, I'm sending love and peace. And let's pray for California. People who are in the South who got snow. The rule is y'all don't know how to drive in it. If you ain't from the North, stay home. Stay home. Stay home and make another baby, okay? Stay home and read a recipe, read a book, but stay home. Y'all stay off them roads unless y'all was in the Midwest, because y'all don't know how to drive on it. Pray for the people in California that those fires to be extinguished and that those families be caused no harm, because the material things are to be replaced. And ask and pray that the insurance companies don't do them dirty. They know that the companies will stand on business and making sure that they will honor those policies to take care of the people. So, Julina, thank you. And I'm sending love all the way back to y'all. So we getting off here for a waffle bar and a taco bar for lunch next week. J, this is your fault. This is your fault, Producer J. Listen, I'm sending y'all love. Producer J, are you up there?
I'm here waiting on.
It's your fault.
That's not actually true because like you keep receipts, I keep receipts too. So I can put the message up or what I said. So
Really? You said let's go another hour.
We went 2.
Because we hadn't finished. Okay, we went 2. I'm not good at keeping time, okay? So listen, I'm gonna invoke my CPT time status as a Black woman, okay? Don't play. Listen.
We on that Negro time, you know. I'm done
with you. I'm getting ready to go. I gotta go eat. I'm gonna go eat and I'm having me a glass of wine because I went from coffee to wine. At 10 o'clock, I had coffee. At 3:30, it's time for some wine. Listen, we out of here. I love y'all. Play that exit music. Enjoy y'all weekend. I love y'all.
It's the Tanya Burns Show. Tune in right now. Like and share. Our city needs that vow. Flint City News got truth to share. When we fight the darkness, we repair. Won't give up, we're standing tall and proud. Voices rising strong, no longer shrouded. Residents deserve what's right and fair. Together we can lift the despair. We fight, we win, we break the chains. Tanya Burns won't stand out in the rain. Our city dreams will make them true. With every step it all renews. We must step it all